Good morning. The Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture meeting of July 14, 2025 is hereby called to order. Good morning to all my colleagues, testifiers, and the viewing audience, and the people of the Virgin Islands. I ask everyone in the chamber to please silence your cell phones and any electronic devices you may have. Before we begin today's hearing on the Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture, I'd like to take a moment to recognize a very special group of young people who are with us today. Joining us today, this morning, are participants of the 2025 Senator Hubert L. Frederick Summer Career Experience Program, a group of bright, talented, motivated students that have spent the last few weeks gaining firsthand experience in the fields aligned with their individual career interests, including medicine, administration, legislation, mechanics, the arts, and more. These students have demonstrated professionalism, curiosity, and a sincere commitment to learning throughout this program. It's been my pleasure to mentor and work closely along with them, and I'm confident that they will go on to do great things in their academic and professional pathways. I would like to also take this opportunity to recognize the vital partnership between the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, the Youth and Apprenticeship Division, namely Director Shanika Sebastian, who's a Workforce Development Director, and the Workforce Development Specialist, Ms. Diane Carr Jacobs, the Youth Apprenticeship Coordinator, Ms. Kimberly Nelson, and all the other staff for their dedication, support, and hard work. We extend our sincere appreciation to all of the host employers who participated in this summer career experience program. They generously contributed their time, shared their invaluable skills and expertise, and created a meaningful learning environment for these interns. Your support has been instrumental in the success of this program. At this time, I'd like to publicly thank my summer interns who have engaged and worked closely in this process. We will present each one of you a certificate of participation in recognition of your hard work and dedication this summer. Madam Clerk, can you please proceed with the calling of each intern and their certificate?
Amaryllis Diaz. Ayana Isaac. Destiny Gutierrez.
So, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
I'm Amaryllis Mary Diaz, and the school I attend is Central High School.
Media, can you recognize the mic? Thank you very much.
Can you recognize the mic? Thank you.
Okay, one more time.
My name is Amaryllis Mary Diaz, and I attend Central High School.
And what grade are you in?
I'm going to 12th grade.
All right, congratulations, and thank you so much for participating in the program this year.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. All right, so tell us your name.
Hi, good morning. My name is Ayana Isaac.
All right. And what school are you in, and what grade are you going to?
Well, I just finished school. I'm going to college. Jacksonville University,
And what are you going to be studying?
business.
All right. Give it up. Business, Jacksonville University. Hi, Ms. Gutierrez. How you doing? All right. Welcome. And please state your name and the school you're going to and what grade.
Good morning. I'm Destiny Gutierrez. I attend Central High School and I'm currently going into 11th grade.
And what would you like to do once you are finished with high school?
I would like to become an ultrasound tech.
All right. Give it up for an ultrasound tech.
Delijah Charles.
Now, Denijah worked in my office, so you know, I'm kind of biased towards her. You know I'm gonna miss you, right? Thank you so much for all you've done. You've been a real breath of fresh air, and I know Carolyn's gonna miss you a lot, because y'all bonded, I could tell. Anyway, please state your name and what school you're in or what grade you're going to.
Okay, my name is Delijah Charles. I attend St. Croix Educational Complex, and I'm going to 11th grade.
11th grade, folks. And what are you going to major in once you finish with high school?
Business?
Yes, business.
Who's a businessman in here? See, she's following her protege. All right.
Haitian Duran.
Good morning, Ms. Durant. How you doing? So thank you so much again for participating in the program. Please tell us a little bit about yourself, what you plan to do, and how great the program was.
Good morning. My name is Hazian Duran. I am currently 18 years old. I attend the University of Montemorelos in Mexico, and I am in my second year of a Bachelor's of Science in Clinical Psychology, and I summer interned at the Family Wellness and Health Center in Science Farm.
Give it up.
Janae Noel.
See, this is what we work so hard for, to get you students prepared for this day. Thank you guys so much. Hi, how you doing? I'm so glad that you could participate in the program. Tell us about yourself.
I'm Janae Noel, and I go to North Southeastern University. This is my second year in college, and I worked at Tim and Reef Hotel.
Look at that. Look at that. And what are you majoring in?
Oh, I majored in law to be a criminal defense lawyer.
All right. Just so the public could see our young people, not all of them are running the streets doing craziness. Some of us are actually proud of the hard work that these young people are doing. And this is their recognition. Give it up to them, because this is what we need more of. And when we meet the next group that's coming this morning, you'll see It's a whole bunch of young people there doing great things too. So this is important that we keep this momentum going, keep building on it. Thank you so much.
Kamora Michael, Kiana Francois, Lilani Batista.
Ms. Michael, how you doing?
I'm well.
Thank you so much for participating in our summer camp program, and tell us a little bit about yourself.
Okay, good morning. My name is Kamora Michael, and I am a 2025 graduate from Synchro Educational Complex. And although right now I am currently working, but I do plan to go to school to major in business management with a minor in communications.
How you doing, Ms. Francis? Come on. All right, so tell us a little bit about yourself and what your plans are for your future.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kiana Francois. I am a 2021 complex graduate, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to be a part of this program and everyone that assisted me in reaching this far. I do plan to become a clinical phlebotomist, and I pray that I do reach there.
You will, you will. Come on in, Miss Batista. Come on. So, Miss Batista is one of the smallest persons in the program, but one of the most, how would you describe yourself?
Resilient.
Please tell us about yourself.
Hi, my name is Leilani Batista. I am 16 years old. I currently attend Penn Foster. I do online school. And my career path is, well, I like to become a welder. I'm currently in, well, I work in the Welders Company, Inc. And I also do nails. I'm a nail tech. So that's that.
See that? Women do welding jobs as well. So this is awesome.
Nicholas Bowski, Omara Donovan, and Shakira Daniel.
Our first male. All right. Mr. Bowski, come on up. Thank you so much for participating in the program. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
My name is Nicholas Bowski. I'm a 2025 Synchro Educational Complex graduate, and I'm going to try trade school in August to study automotive technician.
Let's see if you could help me out. My vehicle doing a little thing, making a little noise. You could help hook me up there? Okay, good. All right, thank you so much, Nicholas. Ms. Donovan, how you doing? Good morning. Folks, Ms. Donovan is one of the most reserved person we have. Let's see how much she shares today. tell us a little bit about yourself.
Hi, good morning. My name is Omara Donovan. I'm currently a senior at the St. Croix Educational Complex High School, and I'm intern at the Real Estate Calabash.
She's going to sell some properties. Ms. Danielle, good morning. Come on, come on, come on. So, tell us a little bit about yourself and how your summer program experience was.
Good morning. My name is Shakira Daniel. I attend the St. Croix Educational Complex High School. I will be a 12th grader. After high school, I would like to join the Navy and become an ultrasound technician. And my summer program, this is my first job ever, so this was like the best first job for me. I work at the Centerline Professional Service, which is a notary.
It's hard to say much more, but I'm a Navy man, so you know this is special and near to my heart, so we'll keep in touch, all right?
Tanya Xavier and Elise Shang.
Good morning, Miss Xavier. How you doing? Come on up, come on up. So, can you share a little bit about who you are to the public? Let them know what grade you're in, what you plan to do with yourself, and how the experience has been for you.
Okay, so good morning, everybody. My name is Tanya Xavier. I graduated Central this year, and my plans is to go to UVI and get a major in psychology, and then I'm going to the U.S. Air Force.
I don't know if you know it, but one of my staff members is working on attending the Air Force too. All right, good, good. So come on, I want you to beat him to it, okay? All right, great. Good morning, Ms. Shang. I'm so glad you made it. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and how the experience was and what you plan to do with yourself?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Elise Shang. I am 19 years old. I attend North Carolina A&T State University. I major in accounting. No, I'm not coming back home next year.
We're going to talk off mic. I'm trying to get her to come back home. So she plans to major in accounting, and I majored in accounting too when I was at Florida A&M University. So that's a job you could always find a job, okay? That's a major you could always find a job. So that's a very good decision you made. Congratulations and all the best.
Florissa Crescent. Though she is unable to join us today, we extend our appreciation for her contributions this summer. Accepting her certificate is her mom, Miss Florence Crescent.
Good morning. So you know this is like, her daughter was the other student in my office, and I wish you guys had the opportunity to meet her. She is absolutely a ball of joy. She steps in the room and is ta-da! So I just want to thank you for creating such a beautiful soul, and she's very respectful, very, very respectful, and a quick learner. So let her know we miss her and we wish she was here, and this is our little token of appreciation as she joined us and worked with us this summer. Thank you.
And Miss Egypt Jackson, though she is unable to join us today, we extend our appreciation for her contributions this summer.
The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture will go on a brief recess.
All right, we're back on the record. The Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture is back on the record. As we begin this hearing, we're meeting at a time when there's growing challenges, rising costs that are straining families, extreme weather that's testing our infrastructure, and the global tensions are impacting our economy and our security. I want to take this moment to reflect on the values that should guide us not only with our work here today, but our service to the people of the Virgin Islands and beyond. The values of peace, love, and togetherness. These principles are not merely words. They are the foundation upon which stable societies are built and the light that must be guided, that would guide us through times of uncertainty and challenge. Today, we're 2 blocks of testimony scheduled. Each block will be focusing on key areas under which the committee's jurisdiction falls under, and we look forward to receiving updates and asking questions and fostering transparent dialogue to inform our legislative decisions and guidance. Now let's proceed with today's hearing. I want to thank my colleagues and the testifiers for being here, and I look forward to a meaningful discussion. Madam Clerk, can I have a roll call, please?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden present. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr.
Present.
Senator Bolquez Jr. present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger present. Senator Hubert L. Frederick.
Here.
Senator Frederick present. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson present. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph present. Mr. Chair, you have 7 present.
Let's recognize non-committee member Senator Francis Jr., Nova Francis Jr. Thank you very much for joining us. Madam Clerk, are there any letters to be read, correspondence to be read into the record?
No, Mr. Chair.
All right. If you would, Executive Director Sonnier, if you would, please introduce yourself and your colleagues, please.
Good morning. My name is Eric Sonnier. I'm the Executive Director of the UVI Research and Technology Park. I'm going to start on my right and go from right to left. So with me today, I have Bonnie Harrison, who's our Director of Compliance. Next to her is Sydney Paul, who's our Director of Marketing. To my immediate left is Amina Salim. She's my Special Assistant. To her left is John Harrison. He's our CFO. And then we have 2 sitting over there. Marisha Perkins, she's our Youth STEM Program Manager. And then Alfonso Rodriguez, who's the Head of Community Advancement. And then I have 1 person sitting behind me, Tahira Duran, who's a Deputy to the Executive Director.
Thank you very much. Can we do a mic check for each one of the testifiers? Just restate your name, please.
John Harrison.
Amina Salim.
Sydney Paul.
Bonnie Harrison.
Marisha Perkins.
Alfonso Rodriguez.
Thank you very much. Director Sonnier, if you would, please commence your testimony.
Thank you. Good day, Chairman Frederick, members of the Committee on Economic...
Please, so sorry, I didn't read the agenda. Okay. Madam Clerk, please read the agenda into the record.
Agenda Monday, July 14th, 2025, 10 a.m., Fitz E. Lowett's Legislative Conference Room, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands. Block 1, the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture will receive updates from RT Park on current tenant activity, including the number of active companies, industry sectors, and new tenants. The briefing will also cover RT Park's economic impact through job creation, workforce development, and contributions to territorial revenues. Additional updates will include partnerships with UVI, infrastructure and capital development projects, community engagement efforts, and policy or legislative recommendations to support RT Park's continued growth and impact. Invited testifier, Mr. Eric Sonnier, Executive Director, UVI Research and Technology Park. Mr. Chair, that's the end of Block 1.
Are there any other correspondence to be read into the record, Madam Clerk?
No, Mr. Chair.
All right. Director Sonnier, if you would, please proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Again, good day, Chairman Frederick, members of the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, other honorable members of the 36th Legislature, and the viewing public. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on the progress and vision of the UVI Research and Technology Park, UVI RT Park, or RT Park for short. Since taking over on September 1st, 2024, my vision has been simple: ensure the people of the Virgin Islands benefit significantly from the existence of the RT Park. As a result, we've been undergoing a strategic revolution. We have restructured our team, redefined our priorities, and launched new initiatives. At the heart of the RT Park strategy is a simple but powerful idea. When we align business attraction with intentional investments in education and workforce development, we can create a self-sustaining ecosystem that benefits the entire Virgin Islands. The companies we attract to the territory don't just receive incentives. They contribute directly to programs that support our students, strengthen our university, and prepare our residents for meaningful careers in tech and innovation. Every initiative we've launched, from youth STEM programming to workforce preparedness, is part of a larger, interconnected system designed to grow our talent, diversify our economy, and position the Virgin Islands as a competitive hub for knowledge-based initiatives. It's important to preface this conversation with the fact that real economic development doesn't happen overnight. It takes time, intention, and a willingness to build brick by brick. We are laying the foundation for a future where opportunity is homegrown and where young people don't feel the need to leave the territory to pursue success. What follows is a closer look at how the RT Park is putting this vision into action and the intentional strategies we're implementing to create lasting impact for Virgin Islanders. Overview of the UVI RT Park. The UVI RT Park was established in 2002 under Title 17 of the Virgin Islands Code to drive economic growth, diversification, and innovation across the territory. We do this by providing tax incentives and negotiating strategic partnerships with companies that align with our dual mission of building a robust technology sector while simultaneously strengthening the academic, research, and public service missions of the University of the Virgin Islands. In alignment with our mandate, the RT Park attracts technology and knowledge-based companies in various sectors, including e-commerce, software, medtech, fintech, sustainable development, consulting, and many others. Currently, we have 70 RT Park clients across the territory. There's 50 on St. Thomas, 16 on St. Croix, and 4 on St. John. How the UVI RT Park operates. Every initiative, program, contract, and salary you'll hear about today is fully funded through the fees collected from RT Park clients. As an autonomous governmental instrumentality, we operate under a model similar to a private, mission-driven corporation. Like them, we are guided by a clear public purpose and sustain our operations through earned revenue. In our case, by negotiating terms with each company and collecting fees for participation in the RT Park's tax incentive program. Because of this, we are 100% self-sufficient. The process to become an RT Park client. To become a client of the UVI RT Park, companies go through a thorough, multi-step process designed to ensure alignment with the Virgin Islands' broader economic development goals. Prospective clients typically enter the pipeline through outreach, referrals, or direct inquiries, and begin by receiving a detailed orientation on the RT Park's mission, eligible criteria, and the tax incentives available under Title 17. They then complete a two-part formal application that outlines their business model, financial structure, and proposed commitments to both the territory and the University of the Virgin Islands. After submission, the RT Park team conducts interviews to evaluate the company's fit along with its potential impact. Simultaneously, the parties negotiate a term sheet detailing incentives, financial obligations, and strategic contributions. If approved, a rigorous due diligence process, including background checks, tax/income sourcing analysis, is carried out to ensure regulatory compliance and integrity. Once these steps are completed and the board approves the terms, the company enters into a 15-year park tenant agreement, or PTA for short. It's a legally binding document that establishes the terms of participation. The PTA includes key elements such as the RT Park's equity stake, annual fees, and contributions to UVI, ranging from internships and scholarships to capacity building programs. It also defines the scope of eligible business activities, outlines compliance and reporting requirements, and addresses terms related to renewal, amendment, and termination. And it's important to note that no two PTAs are exactly the same. Clarifying our compliance practices. That being said, it has come to our attention that public remarks made both on the Senate floor and in media outlets have suggested that the UVI RT Park lacks compliance protocols. This is not accurate, and unfortunately, such misstatements can have significant consequences. In fact, a company that was seriously considering relocating to the U.S. Virgin Islands ultimately chose Puerto Rico instead. Their decision was based in part on public comments made on the Senate floor and the uncertainty about the future of the USVI's economic development programs. Not only was this a missed business opportunity, but it's also a loss of investment, direct benefits to UVI, STEM programming, and potential jobs. To clarify, the RT Park operates under a formal, well-defined compliance framework. While our compliance process may not mirror that of the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority, that is because our agencies operate under different legislative mandates. Difference does not mean absence. Our compliance framework is built to support the RT Park's hybrid public-private structure and its direct connection with the University of the Virgin Islands. Our compliance structure includes a formal operating agreement with every client outlining management fees, contributions to UVI, internship and job creation benchmarks, in-kind and community engagement requirements, reporting and documentation obligations. It also includes active internal monitoring of all client obligations to ensure compliance, direct engagement with each UVI RT Park client and their advisors, including their legal, accounting, and tax professionals, to ensure that all contractual and statutory obligations are clearly understood, properly documented, and fully met. It also includes corrective measures available for non-compliance, including enforcement and removal from the program if necessary. We understand that we are accountable to the people of the Virgin Islands via the legislature and mandates of Title 17. Because of this, we take compliance seriously, ensuring that our negotiations with clients result in real, tangible benefits for the community, and that clients are held accountable to the terms outlined in their park tenant agreement. business attraction in fiscal year 2025. Thus far in FY25, we have activated 5 new clients across sectors ranging from artificial intelligence and blockchain technologies to Department of Defense contracting, and we anticipate at least 3 additional client activations before the end of the fiscal year. While the pipeline continues to grow, client retention remains a priority. In FY25, we had 1 formal exit with 2 exits in process. These exits were driven by a need to relocate due to family obligations, frequent power outages, and medical circumstances that involve treatments that cannot be performed within our local healthcare system. These transitions reflect the human realities that occasionally influence participation in our program. Understanding the importance of the RT Park to UVI. As I mentioned previously, the companies we attract to the territory don't just receive incentives. They contribute directly to the RT Park and the University of the Virgin Islands. Historically, park tenant agreements offered 2 key avenues for funding and collaboration with UVI. It's Tier 1 and Tier 2. Tier 1 is an annual scholarship and/or internship, while Tier 2 is programmatic commitments. So these are contributions that can either be financial or in-kind that provide direct support for strategic projects identified by UVI's leadership. Through this model, the RT Park contributed over $14 million in funding to UVI over the past 8 years, including over $3 million on an accrual basis just last fiscal year. These funds were used for internships, scholarships, and other contributions to the advancement of the university, including within key areas such as STEM, research development, entrepreneurship, and innovation. In addition, RT Park companies engage with UVI faculty, offer IT support and operational assistance, and contribute to special projects that enhance the university's mission. Included is a breakdown of Tier 1 and Tier 2 payments from RT Park clients to UVI from fiscal year 2017 to 2024. The RT Park Student Success and Innovation Program. With both UVI and the RT Park under new leadership, we have evolved Tier 1 and Tier 2 commitments into the RT Park Student Success and Innovation Program. This program gives UVI more flexibility in how it utilizes client commitments and serves as a strategic partnership platform between RT Park clients and the university. It also enables clients to contribute directly to key areas that have been identified by UVI's president and the UVI Student Government Association. Community advancement initiatives. To further our impact, this fiscal year, we rolled out a series of initiatives aimed at advancing STEM education and workforce development across the territory. And we have a video that we'd like to show around our youth STEM enrichment program.
It's so important for us to have homegrown talent, strong in both the context and the content of STEM, but also in culture, Virgin Islands culture as well.
Being in this program, it really inspired me to choose a job similar to my mom. My mom, as of right now, is a chemical engineer, and how she does things, I'm really inspired by her. Something that surprised me in learning science and technology in this way was that how hands-on it is.
I think that the entire program was interesting. What surprised me the most about learning science and technology in this way was how fun and engaging it was.
The partnership with the RT Park was very beneficial to our school. STEM is the way of the world. It seemed to be a program that they really enjoyed. Additionally, our Smarter Balance science scores doubled this school year. So I know having that extra resource from the RT Park really helped us with our science scores.
This year was the first year that we launched our after-school programming that falls under our youth STEM enrichment. We targeted 3 different schools in the territory, 3 different K-8 schools, one on St. Croix, one on St. Thomas, and one on St. John.
I found that this program was excellent. The students actually got to do hands-on, but it wasn't just about the hands-on. They got to interact. There were a lot of inclusiveness. STEM is not something that you see a lot. So when they're exposed to it at this age, when they get to 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th grade, it wouldn't be as, oh, well, I don't know how to do this, or I think this is hard, because they were already introduced to it at a lower level, and having that exposure, especially for an after school, because like I said, there's no after school that does them. So this was brilliant.
The idea is that to get students at the earliest age interested in science, technology, engineering, and math, so that when they go through the ranks of school, whether it be middle school and high school, they can determine if they want to major in a STEM-related field in undergrad, and if so, then we can work them into our professional pathways program, where we prepare them for internships and hopefully place them in opportunities at the RT Park clients, which we're bringing to the territory.
And these children were so caught up in this that even their lunch period was spent in that teacher's room. So while she was thinking, okay, it's lunchtime, I'm gonna get a break. No, here comes the after school kids. They were in there, they wanted to say, Miss B, can we do this? Can we continue this? They loved it. This was an opportunity where they got to be creative, problem solving, thinking outside the box. And it was a wonderful opportunity.
My goal as director of the team of community advancement is to make sure that we don't just do these programs, we do them well and we scale them. It's our job as the EDOs, it's our job as the Virgin Islanders in these organizations to make sure that when we do get resources, we apply those resources directly to the community. So we will be in every school for after-school programs. We are going to expand our professional pathways program, not just for 20 students, but 40, 80, and so forth. And we are going to be open to the community where they say, hey, it would be great if we have this X program or this Y program. I'm here all ears, and I want to listen to all these opportunities and ideas, and if we can apply them, we'll apply them.
Seeing how invested everyone is in making sure that the students get what they need for this program to be successful has been incredible. I've never seen anything like it in my entire career, and it's definitely been the most rewarding experience of my career.
Thank you. As you saw in the video, in January 2025, we launched our pilot Youth STEM Enrichment After-School Program, a flagship initiative designed to lay the foundation for long-term STEM engagement across the territory. The program was strategically introduced at Eulalie Rivera K-8 on St. Croix, Lockhart K-8 on St. Thomas, and Julius E. Sprov K-8 on St. John to assess implementation across our 3 unique island communities. A total of 94 students participated in the pilot, 28 from St. Croix, 18 from St. Thomas, and 48 from St. John. We plan to scale this to all VIDE K-8 schools in the fall. STEAM Days. To extend our impact to an even younger age group of learners, we hosted the first territory-wide STEAM Day on March 14th, and all the nerds will know that's Pi Day, where we engage pre-K and kindergarten students in playful, interactive learning. The event welcomed 161 students from 8 different schools across St. Croix for a vibrant day of science, technology, engineering, art, and math, activities designed to inspire wonder from the very start of their academic journey. Youth STEM Summer Camp. We built on the success of our after-school program and launched our first ever free Youth STEM Summer Camp at our headquarters on St. Croix and the UVI 13D Research and Strategy Innovation Center on St. Thomas. The camp enrolled 122 students, 64 from St. Croix and 58 from the St. Thomas-St. John district, and was delivered by a team of 18 trained Virgin Islanders, including coordinators and facilitators from each island. This experience not only empowered students, but also provided valuable workforce opportunities for emerging Virgin Islands talent, reinforcing the park's commitment to investing in local capacity and future leadership. By reinvesting client fees into programs that empower Virgin Islanders from an early age, we're cultivating the next generation of innovators, problem solvers, and leaders. Workforce development. To build a resilient and future-ready economy, we must also invest in Virgin Islanders at pivotal career moments, whether they're preparing to enter the workforce for the first time or seeking opportunities to advance their career. And with that, I'd like the opportunity to play our Professional Pathways video. This year, 2025, was the first year that we launched our Professional Pathways program, PPP for short. What we did was we partnered with the university to find promising, talented underclassmen and put them through a 12-week program where we helped them with their soft skills, we helped them write resumes, do mock interviews, and any sorts of training that we thought they would need to help them on a professional level, and then try to pair them with RT Park clients for internships.
This program gives them the skills needed, including the soft skills, as well as the confidence. So if we can really increase workforce development in partnership with the Research and Technology Park, we're able to effectively prepare our students, our graduates, to enter the workforce on a strong footing.
They're working with a set of professionals who have a strong, solid network to help them to continue to bridge in terms of other opportunities by being able to have a wider range of resources. So I think that the alignment that comes through RT Park with our current students sets this program apart from others.
I've been looking for a program like this. I've been looking for a program that gives you opportunities like this, where you have someone who seems genuinely invested in your personal and professional development, where they're willing to take the time like this to personally teach you. It came at a time where I was looking for it. I'm glad I was looking for it. I'm glad I took the opportunity.
So I was happy to hear that the program, was going to be supported by the RT Park, and that they were going to be seeking out students, let's say, who actually wanted internships and sort of pre-vet those potential interns, for different skill sets and things, and then match them with companies. I thought that was a much better way to approach it. I think the interns have been incredibly helpful for us. So, they are paid positions, so we're paying them just like part-time employees. And, they are contributing to the organization and actually providing value.
There was open communication between all parties involved. The clients, we took all the information the clients gave us on the front end, the things they're looking for, the types of internships they're potentially going to provide to the students. And then we ensure that those skills were incorporated in the program. This is preparation for the future leaders of the Virgin Islands. And I'm ecstatic to be a part of that.
We have a lot of businesses that have a lot of interest in hiring University of Virgin Islands students, or just Virgin Islanders in general, for jobs, for internships. So for this go around, we're working with about 20 students, 10 in St. Croix, 10 in St. Thomas, and we're putting together a program, a pilot program, that's really targeting these soft skills and professional skills that we want students to have in the new workplace.
Part of what we do at the UVI Research and Technology Park is business attraction. And so we're out there looking for tech and knowledge-based companies that we want to bring to the territory to help diversify the economy. One of the first questions that those companies ask during the attraction process is, what's the local workforce like, right? And so we are able to talk a lot about UVI, all the different programs they have to offer, all the different degrees that you can receive as an undergrad at UVI. But one of the things that we want to do is also help prepare that workforce for these jobs that are coming to the territory.
It's been a pleasure and a joy working with the students. They've been phenomenal. They've been very receptive to the knowledge. I've had great feedback, and it's just been a joy to be part of this. And I started hearing feedback right away that they're learning things that they didn't really know enough about before. Like, no one ever really talked to me about this, so that really incentivized me and made me realize that this is such a necessary program.
an opportunity like this here has really made me aware of the opportunities available in the Virgin Islands for students and for professionals. I'm really excited to look into internships here as well. I think that, if anything, the programs really encourage me to make the most of the work environment in the Virgin Islands.
Thank you. I also want to thank Soundstage VI, who's the team that created those videos, so a group of young Virgin Islanders here on St. Croix. To continue, UVI RT Park Professional Pathways Program. To bridge the gap between academic learning and career readiness for UVI students, we launched a Professional Pathways Program, or PPP for short. We launched it in February of this year. The program delivered 12 weeks of intensive training on business etiquette, generative AI, resume building, and communication. Participants received individualized coaching through mock interviews and presentations, supported by the Skillsoft platform and facilitators on both campuses. Each of the 20 students accepted into the inaugural cohort received a $500 monthly stipend, and 17 successfully completed the program. Following the instructional phase, students entered a formal internship placement process with RT Park clients. Next is solar farm and renewable energy learning. As part of the workforce development strategy, the RT Park collaborated with UVI to launch the Spark initiative to address two critical needs at once. One is strengthening workforce capacity in renewable energy infrastructure, and two is enhancing energy resilience on St. Croix. The initiative includes a major expansion of the RT Park's energy infrastructure. It's a new 423 kilowatt ground-mounted solar farm funded through a $1.1 million FEMA Mitigation 406 grant. In partnership with the University of the Virgin Islands Caribbean Green Technology Center, the project will also feature a dedicated solar teaching array, an advanced educational platform that provides UVI renewable energy technology students and WAPA trainees with hands-on experience in solar energy production, system maintenance, and monitoring. Entrepreneurship programming. The RT Park is also focused on nurturing entrepreneurship by providing local founders with the tools, networks, and resources they need to turn ideas into thriving businesses that create jobs, build wealth, and drive innovation right here in the Virgin Islands. Since the fall of 2019, we have consistently launched and innovated the Accelerate VI and Idea Incubator programs. Accelerate VI is a 3-month accelerator program dedicated to supporting entrepreneurs who are building innovative technology solutions. The program provides early-stage companies with the resources, mentorship, and structure needed to grow and scale their businesses globally. Since its inception, the program's graduates have raised over $5 million in funding and generated more than $10 million in revenue. Requests and recommendation for legislative support. In preparation for today's conversation, I challenged my team to think creatively about ways we can work with you to boost the economy of the territory. One idea I would like to propose is legislation that enables payroll and tax flexibility for remote workers living in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Currently, many residents working remotely for mainland companies face legal and administrative barriers that make it difficult for their employers to process payroll through the territory. These challenges often result in missed job opportunities, as some companies choose not to hire or retain employees based in the USVI due to compliance concerns. As remote work continues to grow, this represents a meaningful opportunity to expand our local tax base and allow Virgin Islanders who are able to work from anywhere to return home. To address this, I propose the creation of a Remote Worker Employer Facilitation Act. This legislation would simplify employer registration for US-based companies hiring USVI residents, establish safe harbor provisions to protect compliant businesses, and clarify payroll withholding and filing requirements. We could model this effort after Puerto Rico's successful remote worker and export services legislation, which streamlines tax reporting and encourages companies to support remote employees living on the island. By reducing friction and regulatory uncertainty, we can make the USVI a more attractive place to live and work, bringing home higher income residents, boosting local spending, and generating new tax revenue without added government overhead. Closing reflections. To conclude, the vision of the RT Park is a self-sustaining cycle where business attraction fuels community investment, workforce development, and economic diversification. One of the things I value most about the RT Park is that it gives us the rare opportunity to think long-term. So much of government and community work focuses on making it through the next crisis. As a self-sustaining organization, the RT Park gives the Virgin Islands the freedom to think boldly, act strategically, and invest in the future driven by innovation and opportunity, not survival. The real results of what we're doing today in STEM, workforce development, and economic diversification won't be visible tomorrow or next year. But in 10 years, we'll know if we stayed the course and made the right moves. And we're tracking that progress every step of the way. It is my hope that this comprehensive testimony clarifies that the UVI RT Park is not just a tax incentive program. It is a catalyst for innovation, economic diversification, and youth empowerment. We look forward to continuing this work in collaboration with the legislature, UVI, GVI, and our community partners. Thank you for your continued support and the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much, Executive Director Sonnier. This is a very comprehensive report. I think you touched on all the major areas, including your visual presentation. Very good. The clarity that you brought, I think it's important to the community because I had the opportunity to come out there and meet with you guys, and I was so happy that I did it because I learned more than I thought. What people don't realize with these tax incentive programs is the value that it brings to our economic growth. Most of the people complain that we give away everything, you know, and now this is a perfect example that we don't give away everything. We actually gain more than we get. So this was very important and timely that we have this discussion. And my colleagues, I know they've got a lot of questions. And by the way, colleagues, it's going to be 6 minutes, so you've got ample time to speak to them. But I wanted the community to be aware of why these programs are important. Assume the RT Park was not in existence today. Look at the lost opportunity we would have. You just said you have about 70 RT Park clients.
Sir.
70. How much revenues does that equate to roughly?
For the territory?
Yes.
In paid taxes, roughly $30 million a year to the territory. And then, as I mentioned before, we're self-sustaining, so the RT Park management fees fund our operations, and then the contributions that we make to UVI on average is around $9–10 million. So when you add the $30 million paid in taxes and the roughly $10 million to the RT Park that pays our salaries and all of the initiatives that you heard from today, all of that is funded by RT Park clients who, in my opinion, would not be here if it weren't for the program.
I want to dwell on what happened with those two clients that we lost. And I'm glad you stated the reasons, because you do an exit interview with clients that are leaving the park. One had an issue with the power issue going in and out, which we know it's hard to run a sustainable business, a profitable business, if you don't have reliable energy. And this is a perfect example.
Yeah, so that particular individual was on St. John, And so he had more issues than our clients on St. Thomas and St. Croix. And he tried to make it work. He cycled through all the different ISPs. He blew through a few routers, but at the end of the day, he has business partners in other parts of the world, and it's okay if everybody is in one place, but you can only explain that for so long to your business partners. And so it was a combination of that and other family obligations that he decided to leave the territory.
So the other one was something that we've heard in the news recently a lot, medical circumstances that was inadequate, so.
Yeah, I would say, without getting into any specifics on anybody's medical situation, as we all know, there are just certain circumstances that you can't take care of here in the territory, and when those circumstances get to be too much, then people have to make decisions on whether they can stay here or leave. And I know it's not just RT Park clients. There's, Virgin Islanders who, born and raised in the Virgin Islands who have to make those same difficult decisions as they start to age. And so we just expect that to be the case moving forward.
We're working hard to try to mitigate that issue. It's a long-term challenge, of course, so in cases like that, there's not much we could do, but it just goes to show that we're aware of the impact of some of these things that are having on our economy. And back to your $30 million contribution in revenues to the territory, our premiums for our insurance for the government employees are gonna increase 30 million. That just shows how much money that is. So thank you guys for the hard work you're doing, your team. I like your outreach worker. He seems to be out there a lot. How much money, by the way, are you guys putting into these schools, especially the STEM?
As I mentioned, I took over in September of last year, so I haven't quite been in this position for a full year. The first couple of months is kind of preparation. So what were we doing last year? How do we want to transition into what I think are the most important goals for the RT Park? So we didn't actually launch the initiatives until January of this year, 2025. And since January to date, we've spent almost $400,000 on, when you include all of the youth STEM enrichment programs that I talked about today, include our professional pathways program in there, and that includes all of the supplies. So everything you saw in the video, the robotics kits, we buy laptops so the students have access to laptops to do the training. Everything that everything that we purchase is included in there. We also include the stipends that we pay our facilitators. So the after-school program, we're paying teachers to stay after school to conduct the after-school enrichment program. We paid 18 different facilitators for the summer camps. So all of that encompasses about $400,000. And next year we want to scale it up. So we want to be in every single public school that teaches from K to 8th grade. And so that spend is going to increase rapidly next fiscal year.
And something stood out real quick before I turn it over to my colleagues. St. John had an incredible participation rate with your STEM program, was it?
Yes.
What's going on there? Because you're saying here a total of 94 students participated in the pilot program, 28 from St. Croix, 18 from St. Thomas, and 48 from St. John. That just... What's St. John doing?
So,
What's my people doing?
I give all the credit to Marisha Perkins, who she's as I introduced her, our youth STEM program manager. We physically traveled to all the different schools when we were setting up this pilot program. She did a great presentation for the school and for the teachers at Sprov School. One of the issues that they ran into was two issues. One, all the kids wanted to participate, but the real issue was that some of them needed to leave school after school to make it back to St. Thomas, right? So one of the things that they did was they incorporated our after-school enrichment program into the school day, and so that's where you see that increase in students. So they were able to participate during school instead of after school.
Yeah. Oh, awesome. Thank you very much. That's what we like to see. Colleagues, I'm going to open up the floor. The order would be Senator Blyden, Senator Bolkis, Senator James, Senator Francis, Senator Johnson, Senator Francis Heiliger, and Senator Joseph. So let's turn the mic over to the Honorable Senator Marvin Blyden. You're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, listening and viewing audiences, staff, central staff, and good morning, Mr. Sonnier and your professional team there with you, and thank you so much for that most comprehensive testimony. And I like what I'm seeing so far. Let me ask you, in respect to your testimony, though, because you spoke to your vision. You said you've only been in since September, and you said you redefine the priorities and you have some new initiatives. What the priority and what are those initiatives in terms of new compared to what was there before?
Yeah. So when I took over, I rearranged the org chart. And one of the things that I did was I created our community advancement department. So we did not have that. We had business attraction, marketing, compliance, finance, but no community advancement. So we created that and then hired 3 people under that. So one for youth STEM, one for workforce development, and one for entrepreneurship. And so every program that you heard me mention today, everything that involved youth STEM enrichment is all new this year. Our professional pathways program from the other video you saw is new this year. The only thing that we were doing last year and we've done for years prior is the accelerator program. So all of the initiatives you're hearing about today essentially are new.
Well, I like the vision, and I see what you're doing in that space, and I like what you're doing in terms of having these young people in the organization, and that basically speaks volumes to me. Let me ask you, though, in respect to your clients, and you spoke to 50 in St. Thomas, 4 in St. John, and 16 in St. Croix. What's the difference between your program and the EDC program, just succinctly? Because I know you say you also have to align with the vision and exactly what's going on in space, but what's the difference, really?
Yeah, so we have different mandates, right? The goal of the RT Park when it was during its inception in 2002 from Title 17 is to help diversify the economy and stop the brain drain. And we're more focused on tech and knowledge-based workers, and so hence our partnership with the university. You're typically dealing with people who are building tech and knowledge-based companies and have, a degree. And so while I believe the EDC and the RT Park, we have the same tax incentives, our goal is to build an ecosystem around technology and innovation. So we have very different mandates from the start. And then our partnership with the university is extremely important. So I talked about the funding we provide to the university, but all the other work that we do. And the first question I get asked when we're doing business attraction is, okay, it's great if I move my company there, but who can I hire? And so the idea behind that first figure in my testimony is to start developing people in STEM and innovation and feed them into the companies that we bring to the RT Park.
And you spoke to those companies in terms of amendment, renewals, and termination. Say in the last 5 years, were there any termination of any company, and what's the reason for that? What's usually the reason for that?
Yes, so how many? 4. So there were 4 companies who were not in compliance over the last couple of years, and we removed them from the RT Park.
Okay, very well. And let's talk about your growth. You spoke to your growth, and if you look at the chart on page 4 of 9, I see your peak was in 2020 with 13 companies. Right now you're at 8. What's your vision and what's your goal for, say, the next 2 years in terms of growth?
Yeah, so this past fiscal year, the goal was 5, and I think we'll end up with 8. And so next year, I think our goal will probably be closer to 8 or 9. My focus isn't on quantity, though. It's more on the quality of the company. So I want to make sure that we're bringing in companies that want to be in the territory, want to be good partners to the RT Park, to UVI, and hopefully have employment requirements or goals within their park.
Well, how were you able to achieve such a high number in such a short time? 8 companies. What led to that?
I don't take all the credit. I have a good team. My business attraction team. I think we were able to focus. Right. I think one of the things that I did was try to strip away all the noise at the very beginning and I had this conversation with Senator Frederick when he visited us. If we don't bring in new companies, we don't generate revenue. We don't generate revenue, I have to start laying people off. So that was the statement to the team, is like, we need to get back to our bread and butter. We need to find companies. We need to bring these companies in. So I think it's a lot of focus and a lot of I sort of reevaluate the types of companies that we're going after, and so we could be just more streamlined in our operations.
And well, since you talked about it, let's talk about your internship programs and what I mean in terms of job creation for our local folks in the territory, the importance of that, and what's your take on that in terms of part of your goal and mission with the whole structure. Let's talk a little bit more about that.
You said the
internship and job creation. Yeah.
So within most of our park tenant agreements, there's, as I mentioned, the Tier 1 and Tier 2 commitments to the university. Tier 1 is scholarships and/or internships, right? So the majority of our companies can choose to hire an intern from UVI, or they pay UVI that same amount of money in a scholarship. Going back to me taking over, I personally would rather them hire an intern than pay for a scholarship. This is just my personal opinion, because I think young people need an opportunity to work in these companies and learn and grow, and that's part of why the RT Park exists. So that's why we launched the Professional Pathways program that you saw in the video, which was, I don't think we as an organization were doing enough to find the students at UVI and directly put them in contact with the RT Park clients and then help them get those internship positions. So that's how we've kind of shifted what we were doing to really focus on making sure we can place UVI students in internships.
And let me address quickly before my time is called. You spoke to the unfortunate situation where the company decided to go to Puerto Rico instead of paying at Virgin Islands. But I want you to put in a plug, since you have the listening ears of everyone, of why it's important and what benefits we have in the territory as to why folks should come here and be part of the RT Park. Put it on record for me, please.
Yes. Going back to my statement before of quality over quantity, I think it's important that we work with the right organizations. And every potential client that I talk to, I make sure I make this statement, which is there are other tax incentive programs that exist in the world. You can go other places and get similar incentives. What we want are people that are going to come here and care about the territory, that want to be good partners with the RT Park and want to be good partners with the university. So I'm actually seeking out people who want to do good while at the same time saving some money on their taxes. So that would be my pitch to them, is if you want to come to a place, you want to make an impact, and you care about the same initiatives that we're doing, then come to the RT Park.
Okay, very well said. And in terms of companies, do we have like a robust set of individuals knocking on the door? Do we have a waiting list? What does the interest look like?
Yeah, so we have a business attraction team that's made up of 3.5 individuals, and their entire job is to do business intelligence, right? So based on what our goals are, go out and try to find companies doing research. We go to different conferences. We have referrals, not only from attorneys, but other RT Park clients. And so their entire job is to go out and find the right type of companies, and then we take them through our process to become park tenants.
Well, again, thank you so much for your responses, and I really appreciate what you guys are doing. And Mr. Chair, I want to thank you so much for the time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. And see, the timekeeper didn't say time, so that's good. 6 minutes was good. Edie Sonnier, I wanted to ask you a question, because I'm still so proud of your organization because of the outcome that you're giving us, but I don't know what it's costing. What is the annual budget for the RT Park?
For us, we, 8.9 Roughly 8.9 million.
8.9 million.
FY24, yeah.
And what's the total head count?
And that includes the contributions to the university. So it's roughly 5.5 million that is our operating budget, and then we have about 3.5 million that are contributions to the university. So just to split that. And then you asked about head count.
Head count.
Yeah. So we have 21 core team members. 15 of those are full-time employees, and then we have 6 contractors.
So for $5 to $8 million, 21 dynamic people, you're generating revenues in excess. I know this is a 8-year run, 14 million. So roughly, what would the annualized revenue be?
I just want to make sure I follow you.
You said 14 million you contributed to the university.
To the university.
Yeah, but that's over an 8-year period.
Correct.
So,
correct.
what's the annualized?
Yeah, the past 2 years we've been hovering a little over $3 million.
$3 million. Okay.
And it'll be the same this year, closer to 3.5.
But it's projected to keep increasing from what I could see.
Yes, sir. Every time we bring in a new client, that number increases.
Okay. Point of information, Senator Marvin Blayton.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Since you mentioned 6 contractors, what's the role of the contractors? What's their job?
So we have someone who does our entrepreneurship programming, which is sort of very, very specialized, and so we use her to do that. We have, Amina Salim, who's semi-retired, is one of our contractors, and then Bonnie is a contractor as well. So.
Okay, very well. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Blayton.
Excuse me, Senator Frederick, can I just make one more statement? I also want to add that in addition to the head count that I gave you, the people who run our community advancement, these are contractors that we bring on to just do the specific initiatives. There's 27 of those, all Virgin Islanders, that we pay to help us run our program. So in addition to the 21, we have the 27 facilitators and other people that help us run our programs.
Awesome. So let's go back to, I still think your program is mimicking my summer career enrichment program, because we did the same thing in my office where we matched up the students' interests with respective employers so they could really gain more from this summer work program instead of just, summer school, summer, find a job and that's it. And you guys do it really well because you're catching them at a young age and helping develop that interest, that skill set, so that, ultimately they'll hopefully come and become productive members of our community and do something that they love. So I'm excited about the early pre-K programs, of course. And I'd love to see that grow. I know you don't have enough money, no one ever does, but I think that's the opportunity for us in the future. So anyway, the chair recognizes my vice chair, Senator Angel Bolquez, for his 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning to central staff. And good morning to the RT Park leadership team. Executive Director Sonnier, good morning. The University of the Virgin Islands RT Park, I think it was originally enacted in 2002. That's about 23 years ago. And it reflects what would be considered a global trend in innovation for the Virgin Islands. And also the park is sort of like an engine that focuses on economic diversification for high-quality modernized jobs for the Virgin Islands. I happen to be a techie at heart myself. So, these kind of things excite me. A number of things I want to ask about, because you all mentioned that there were 70 active RT clients in the territory, and I was curious to know how many of these companies currently are within the Virgin Islands versus outside the Virgin Islands, whether it's virtual jobs or virtual desks, or however you have it set up or structured in the RT Park. What's the ratio? How does that look?
So All companies, all RT Park clients have to be in the Virgin Islands. So they're all headquartered on, if you look at that map where it says on that map, and that's where
But
they
not
are.
necessarily all employees are in the Virgin Islands, but just headquartered in the Virgin Islands.
Correct.
Okay.
But the owners have to meet residency requirements. We do tax and sourcing analysis, which means that experts look at their revenues and say how much of their revenues was actually sourced in the Virgin Islands. I mean, is there a team here working in the Virgin Islands to bring that money to the territory, or what's happening in that way? So
with the 5 new clients that you onboarded in fiscal year 2025, how many are projected to generate new jobs locally here for our people?
Those 5, one company in particular has already hired a handful of people. I don't want to say the exact number, but probably 3 or 4 individuals with a goal of hiring 8, at least 8. Another one of those companies has already hired at least 1 individual, and they have a goal of hiring 3 to 4 in this year, this calendar year.
And what's the total number of Virgin Islanders that have been hired thus far through all of these relationships that we have with these RT companies?
Through everything, we have a little over 250 employees that work for RT Park companies.
Okay, and that's active?
Active.
Okay,
yes.
good. Okay, good. So let's talk about return of interest, right? I mean, I know that the RT Parks sort of provide, and then we give them an incentive in the sense of a tax break, quote unquote, if we're going to call it that. How much of that, like, have we calculated in the sense of how we're going to be able to advance the RT Park? Because I think that the section of the code that deals with the RT Park needs to be enhanced to include new technologies, because back in 2002, there were technologies that did not exist but exist now that are actually very, very viable in the market as it stands today. So what are we doing to reinvest these funds so that we can, whether it's hire an attorney or something, or come to the legislature to come and collaborate with us so that we can make those changes, so that we can get the RT Park in a place where it needs to be, so that we can compete on the global level as it stands today? Yeah,
first of all, that's a very good point. I would say anything that is over 20 years old and it relates to technology needs to be revisited. Whether you make changes or not, that's another point, but at least it needs to be reviewed, because the pace at which technology changes. So you're absolutely right. I wouldn't say that because some of those specific technologies like AI or blockchain aren't specifically listed in Title 17, that doesn't mean that we're not going after those companies. In fact, we're bringing on companies in the blockchain space currently. So we're working in that direction. I would say I'm very much available and would love to have conversations with this body to determine how we can capitalize on some of the new advancements in technology. I would also say that we have RT Park clients who are experts in these fields and are willing to have these conversations with both the RT Park, the university, and the government of the Virgin Islands to make sure that we're in a competitive place to continue to grow these types of companies in the territory.
Yeah, while I'm very excited that you even mentioned blockchain in your testimony, you did also allude to the fact that a client left because of power instability, and blockchain requires an immense amount of power. So they would, as much as that would be great for the Virgin Islands, unfortunately with our current power provider,
30 seconds.
we would not be able to do that, as you know. But we know we have to address our infrastructure before we can see that happen here in the Virgin Islands. But it's important also that you all have sort of pushed the marker forward. I've been watching what's been going on in that space, because these things, I pay attention to this type of area. And I just want to encourage you to continue down the road in the sense of pushing the marker forward. But also, whatever revisions need to be made, I would suggest that those be suggested to this body sooner than later.
Sure.
Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Bulkis. I wanted to ask a question. Recently, the president just signed the $1 BBB bill. And people are asking what the impact is on companies. Yeah, this is new still. I don't know if you and your team have had the opportunity yet to start, going through some of the new changes that are forthcoming and the impact it will have on us delivering on our objectives here.
We haven't combed through it, word for word. Like you mentioned, it's a very large bill. We are aware of it. We're paying attention to what's in it. I think what we've spent most of our time talking about is more so the tariffs and how that could affect companies that are already in the territory, but also companies that are trying to move to the territory. An example of that is I have one client I had a conversation with who was shipping something and it needed to get to St. Thomas. It was stuck in Florida. They didn't know if the tariff needed to be paid there versus it coming here, how much of that tariff, if the tariff changes the percentage in a month, do they get a reimbursement for what they overpaid? So those are the issues that our clients have been facing. Luckily, a lot of them are software type of companies, and so there's not a lot of physical movement of goods like a large-scale manufacturer would be, but we're definitely paying attention and want to make sure we can have those educated conversations with clients when they're thinking about moving to the territory.
So as you know, that one of the things that the Virgin Islands is trying to develop because of the situation we're in, to develop more economic development companies here, light manufacturing as it relates to technological firms that might be interested in coming here and doing some work. We've got the free trade zone and other elements, and the power should be very affordable there. So given all the things that we're doing to make it more inviting and appealing for companies, is there any clients that you're running across that you think might be interested in housing here in the Virgin Islands on a manufacturing level?
Yeah, we've had a few conversations over the past year with companies. Like one wanted to do battery assembly, so last step of the process, assembling here in the territory. One thing I would just say about that high level is that time kills deals, right? And business people always have more than one option, right? Nobody's ever coming into a deal saying this is the only thing that I can do. And so the longer that we take to connect all of the dots, the slimmer the opportunity it is for us to close that deal. So I think there's an opportunity for us to kind of streamline the process, whether it be RT Park or EDC companies, for what they want to do, where they want to do it, what regulations do they have to get through, all of that stuff. Because once you run into a bottleneck or you need some other department within the government to clear something and you can't get it done, then we start to lose that opportunity. So I think it's just probably an opportunity for us to be more streamlined just across the board. And I'm not blaming anybody. I take fault in that as well, to just have a better relationship with some of the other departments within the government so that we can get these things done quickly. People want to move quickly when they want to make a decision like that.
I came from that background. I know exactly what you're talking about. Real quick before we move to Senator James, you had a large development plan to the east of the agriculture fair on St. Croix. You want to say anything about what happened, where that is?
Yeah, I think in the same line as what I just mentioned before, one of the things I've learned just in this first year is that we need more infrastructure as the RT Park, physical infrastructure, physical space for companies to move to the territory. Like we asked a question about employment. I know I would have an easier time if I could point across the street and say that building over there, we have 10 offices in it, and you can hire 20 Virgin Islanders and they can all work in that building. Then we could close a lot more deals that way. So just from an RT Park perspective, one of the things I'm going to focus on next fiscal year is physical infrastructure, like trying to build something on that property that not only benefits the RT Park, but will also benefit the community. And so if I can go.
But I just want to make sure that the listening audience understand that the rendering that was offered, the conceptual work that was done, the status of that. Yes.
So that is there was no funding for that project, so that project, the renderings, everything that you saw is no longer going to look that way. By mandate, there's 25 acres. 60% of that, so roughly 15, 16 acres of that, has to be dedicated to improving the lives of the farming and agriculture community on St. Croix, right? And so we plan to still stick to that mandate. We have a list of new options that we want to do there, things from value-added processing to farm-to-table to research and development around agriculture. So we have a list of items that we'd like to do on that land. Funding is the real issue, right? We applied for CDBG funding and didn't get it. So now we're kind of back at the step one at the drawing board to say, okay, what can we put over there? We also do want to have some sort of large scale, almost convention or conference space, but again, intertwined with all the things that we want to do to benefit the farmers in the area. So funding is always going to be the big issue there.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes Senator Maurice James for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. Good morning, Virgin Islands, inside and outside the room. I first of all want to say that I am very familiar with the RT Park. As a matter of fact, having worked with the former president of the legislature on a number of initiatives that I was happy to have been a part of. I have so many questions though, so I'm going to try to focus with short ones first. What's the status of the energy infrastructure? Because I told Mr. Hodge that I'm going to be looking at that to make sure that we don't see any long-winded time completion. So can you answer that first?
Amina Salim, Special Assistant to the Executive Director. Yes, we are planned right now to finish in September, by September 30th, 2025, and we will be there. We are now, the liner has been put down, we have the inverters, the equipment is all on island. We're just waiting for one more part, but you'll be seeing solar racking going down into solar. And what we did with this project is we did not want to just have a solar farm that was going to benefit the RT Park. It is going to cut our electricity cost. We are going to be using that billing with WAPA, so we will be with WAPA. WAPA Power will give us at night. But we wanted to do is to train people and to teach the community. So we partnered with the UVI Green Technology Center, Caribbean Green Technology Center, and what we're doing with that is UVI now has an associate's degree for renewable energy, and there's going to be a teaching array that UVI is putting up on that same place so that we will be having students who will be able to work on hands-on and solar and knowing how to put together a solar array and do everything. We also have them that they will be learning.
Ms. Salim, don't eat up my 6 minutes. I already started by saying I have a lot of questions, and I really want to focus on what I truly enjoy, which is the STEM program. Yeah. So I'm glad you're doing that with UVI, but I want to focus on the young children because I really enjoyed coming down and having Ms. Perkins show me around. So I wanted to find out from either, I won't call you by your first name and I can't remember your last name. Oh, geez. I won't say Alfonso. Rodriguez, Mr. Rodriguez. That's what was happening in my head. So I apologize for that. Have you been getting any funding from the Virgin Islands Department of Education? Because I see where in the testimony it states that you're reinvesting client fees into these programs, but are you also collaborating with the Department of Education to make sure that we're spending some of that money that we get that we don't want to send back on that side of the fence? You understand what I'm saying? Is that happening?
Yeah, so we're collaborating with VID on the execution of the programs right now.
Excuse me, speak into the mic, please. State your name and speak.
Morning, Alfonso Rodriguez, Director of Community Advancement at the RT Park. So to answer your question, Senator, right now we are coordinating with VID specifically for our after-school program in the execution of the program. So we are utilizing teachers to sort of facilitate the program executed, and the program happens at the schools. The funding is completely RT Park right now. There is conversations with VID about potential other partnerships where we could support supplemental after-school programs and other STEM initiatives. But right now, as it relates to all the programs that Director Sonnier was talking about, those are all funded by the RT Park.
Yeah, that's one of the I think things that I love about the RT Park as a senator, especially when you talk about fully funded. And now you're funding these programs, but I do think we need to have some collaboration with the use of grant money coming into the Department of Education.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. And I know Mr. Rodriguez didn't want to get into it, but we are working on something with the Department of Education to use some of their funds, partner with some of our funds to grow our programming. But it's not official yet, so
1 minute.
I don't want to get too much.
Okay, that's good because, I mean, I saw the joy on those children's faces when I came to visit. I want to ask this to, you know, I'm going to use a military term, which is mission creep. And I'm using it in the context of, I sat down and I compared the EDC and the RT Park. And at times, I think we get confused with the targeted industries of each of the sectors. And I see, of course, the EDC company being more for the traditional sector, manufacturing, tourism, and then you, of course, as you said, technology and knowledge-based. How do you avoid, and how do they avoid mission creep when someone comes into the territory and says, do you ever say to them, no, we are not.
Time.
Mr. Chair, may I continue?
Please continue.
We are not the organization or the tax incentive program, and of course you can't speak for them, but is there that collaboration and coordination so there's no mission creep on both sides?
Yes, ma'am. So I can't speak to prior to my time in this seat, but since I've been in this seat, CEO Biggs and I have a good relationship. There's an MOU in place between the EDA and the RT Park. It dates back to, I think, 2008, so it's probably due for a refresh. But within that MOA, it determines what to do if we're approached by a company we think is a better fit for the EDA and vice versa. And for us, I think one of the EDA's larger missions is employment, right? And I know we've talked about that versus ours. There's a lot of funding has to go to UVI and some of the other stuff we're doing. So if there's ever a company where we feel like the margins are lower, so the fees don't make a lot of sense to that company, but they are already intending to hire a bunch of people, then I would rather send that company to the EDA because it just makes more sense for the territory. So we do work together.
Right. I know that their focus is more on, well, from what I've been looking at, the statutes should be focused more on job creations, economic growth, while yours is really knowledge-based businesses. So let me ask this question also. When it comes to, you were in the news recently, and as an attorney, I know that there are certain things you cannot disclose that are right now still pending. But of course, you know, people always want to know in the territory. But I do want you to, so I don't want you to talk about anything that's pending. I think most people don't realize that most cases don't go to litigation, they're settled, and that's always a good thing. But I do want you to explain the structure of the organization RT Park, meaning how, starting with the board, that's all I need you to explain, because I don't think people understand that you are run by a board, and the board makes decisions.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
I have another question later on, but thank you. You can answer on the chair's time. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Please.
All right, thank you. So first I'll say that the operations of the RT Park have never been affected. But in terms of the structure of the organization, so we're governed by our board of directors. Our board of directors is made up of 7 members. So there's 4 board members that are members of the board of trustees for the university. And by default, one of them is the university president, and one of them is the head of the board for UVI. So those people will always be on our board, and then there's 2 other board of trustees members from UVI that make up our board. And then on the other side, we have 3 appointments from the governor. So total 7, 4 UVI, 3 from the governor. And all of these positions sit until their replacements are called. And all the decisions, our budget, everything that we do needs to be approved by the board. All of our term sheets, all of our park tenant agreements, every client that we bring into the territory has to be reviewed by the board. My job is actually to present to the board my recommendation of should we bring this company in and what are the benefits to the territory based on this company joining the RT Park. So with every single company, there's a discussion on what's the value that we get as a territory. Is this the right fit? Have we done a sourcing analysis? What are they going to do to help benefit us and diversify the economy? And then the board has to make that final decision by vote. So.
You're welcome. Thank you very much, Senator James. So I've got 2 quick ones before the next senator. In terms of compliance, we hadn't talked about it, and I wanted to get a better handle of what's going on the compliance side, because we've had issues where we thought some clients, not RT clients, who were receiving benefits, they weren't doing their fair share. What does the compliance aspect, I know you just said there's 4 clients that might be exiting because of that. What's going on with compliance? How rigorous is it? How much follow up is done? And when are they notified that something is going to happen?
Bonnie, do you want to just give an overview? Sure. So we do annual compliance reviews for every client in the RT Park. That doesn't mean that's the only time that we communicate with these clients. We're in constant communication with the clients. We have a compliance platform that we've created where we look at the park tenant agreement, we look at the statute, so Title 17, we look at any regulatory obligations, and all of those things are documented in their folders, right? So we have a list of all of the things that they need to be compliant, and then Bonnie and her team, as the compliance team, go through and ensure that they're following everything that they need to follow. So Bonnie, do you want to just take it a step further?
Bonnie Harrison, Compliance Director. So when we took over in, I guess it was 2022, there was basically not a client in compliance. So we had to put together a whole platform, and we've been working, why is it doing that? We've been working collaboratively with the clients, the attorneys, and all of the accountants to bring them into compliance. And we've made great strides in those 3 years. So we started with financial compliance, and that went back to 2016. The last audit that was done, and we've gotten 100% compliance through 2021. During that time, we reviewed every single park tenant agreement, we went through the statutes, we went through the IRS regulations, and there is a huge number of compliance items that they have to maintain every year.
So how far are you right now?
So
you're up to 2021 or 2022?
Well, 2022, there's 90% compliant, 97% compliance.
Okay, 23 and 24, where are we at?
87% compliance.
Okay, so my question would be, how long does it normally take? Because we're already behind, we're lagging. How long would it take?
We usually, when we communicate with them, once we get to this point, we give them a 30-day notice that we send a legal letter that says, you know, you're out of compliance. Here are the 4, 5, 6, whatever things that we need to get you in compliance. If we don't receive these things by a certain date, then we will start the formal exit process.
Okay.
Can I add something?
Sure.
It was, I guess, 70-some clients back then, so it's been getting every single one of them into 100% compliance. And some of them maybe owe one or two things, but we don't give them the 100% compliance. And those people, we give a little more time and say, you've got to get those things up. We're
Just
not gonna pick
curious,
them up.
why were we so far behind?
Wasn't a priority of the former directors.
Were you working there at the time?
2022.
Okay, did we have a compliance officer?
Before that,
Yes.
I don't believe that we did.
No?
No.
Okay.
The compliance before
There
that
was no
consisted of, there was a compliance, but they were collecting documents. They weren't looking at those documents. So we went back and looked at all of the documents.
Yeah, none of this team was here during that time period.
Okay, well, okay.
But it is on the right track. I just want,
In terms of marketing, Ms. Paul, I noticed we got 50 clients, RT clients on St. Thomas, 16 on St. Croix, and 4 on St. John. How do you strategize your marketing effort to make sure that there's a balance? Not that there's anything wrong if one island has more, but 16 for the largest islands that seem a little low.
Good morning, Sydney Paul, Director of Marketing.
Please state your title again.
Yes, Sydney Paul, Director of Marketing. Each island is unique. I think that the attraction that many clients have had in the past to St. Thomas is that that's where the capital is. There's a lot more business commerce, but like Eric mentioned, Director Sonnier mentioned, for the last several years with this team, we have been putting a lot more energy and focus into finding clients who want to be on St. Croix, that understand the unique needs and values of St. Croix compared to the other islands, and which are different, not better or worse, just different. Each personality of each island is different. So we have been, for example, on St. Croix, mentioning that there's more opportunity for infrastructure building, agriculture, sustainable solutions. Those types of companies would be more interested in St. Croix, and that's how we've been navigating, telling the story of what the RT Park and the Virgin Islands can offer the clients in terms of different islands.
All right, next up, the chair recognizes Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. for your 6 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon. I think it's 12 o'clock. Good afternoon to everyone, and certainly I want to say that I'm a strong advocate and believer in the RT Park, and not just by words, but in action. I certainly co-sponsored a number of pieces of legislation to include the Tech Village and the Catalyst Fund, and really supported the RT Park and their endeavors. I want to say that I'm almost trying to stay away from the numbers because I know you come back later on this week for Budget Appropriations and Finance Committee. Sorry about that. 2 times in 1 week. We don't get to see you too often anyway, right?
I want to spend a lot of time with you guys.
So I'll see you later on this week, so we'll definitely dive into the numbers. But I want to also say congratulations to our youth enrichment. I think that's really the STEM enrichment program. That's the way to go, and again, whatever we could do from this body to support that endeavor, I think we'll be more than happy to support that. So I wanted to ask you a little bit, how are you tracking or creating a pipeline, even with the PPP program and those things, so that you could be able to track those individuals as they move through the process, advancement?
Yep, very good question, Senator. I come from a tech background, and just in tech, data is the most important thing. And so everything that we do, we sit down and we understand, like, how are we going to track the progress in this initiative? One of the things we're doing with our Professional Pathways program, even beyond that, is creating a database of Virgin Islanders who work in STEM-related fields or are majoring in STEM-related fields, so that we can track them, whether they're going to UVI or they leave island and want to come back. Selfishly, is because we also need these same people to fill the positions within the companies that we recruit to the territory. But then how do we physically find the UVI students for PPP? It's a lot of word of mouth. It's a lot of my community advancement team actually going onto campus and trying to find them, working with the student government, working with professors. And it's not, it's not easy. It takes time, and we have to just kind of work through it.
So along that line as well, and you spoke about the remote work legislation as a suggestion there, and I did in fact have the remote work legislation that I started as well to look at. But I became a little bit concerned because there was some issues in terms of whether or not we'll see abuse of it. How do we measure performance and those type of things? Do you have any suggestion in terms of, or have you given any thought to that?
I wouldn't say we've gone too deep into it. I would love to explore it more and also put some more resources on it. I just didn't want to spend too much time and then get to this body and not go anywhere. So we're happy to spend time doing research with you on it. I do think that it has to be very nuanced. Like, my goal is not to have tons of people flock to the Virgin Islands just to work remotely. My goal is to be strategic around, are there Virgin Islanders who live in Georgia who are working remotely, who could be working at home, but it's not an easy transition for them, so how can we make that transition easier? So that would be the goal, and I think we'd have to make sure that there's guardrails on it to ensure that we're, exactly what you're thinking. How do we make sure there's no abuse? But I'm happy to work with you on that.
Excellent. I look forward to that because I also see it as a means of being able to raise taxes and be able for them to pay here and be able to be economically sound on that. So obviously your techie, your responsibility is really about tech issues. And, do you believe that we have an interconnectivity issue in the Virgin Islands?
I don't. I think we could be more stable, but I don't think we necessarily have an issue. We have good ISPs, so internet service providers. We have VINGN. We have the cable infrastructure that runs underground. I know that there's been an initiative to expand that to more places within the territory. I think that's extremely important. Most of the places that you go to in the States that are quote unquote tech hubs all have fiber that runs underground that's high speed. So I think we're getting there. We might be a few years behind, but I think the infrastructure is there. I think redundancy is key, right? I think there's a lot of people who have multiple ISPs set up because they can't afford for their internet to go down. So there's a few unique characteristics that the territory has that are unlike the mainland US, but I wouldn't say we're necessarily deficient.
So I ask you that as a preface to how do you believe, or what is the synergy between you, the VIGN, NGN, VIRE, and all of those things where you're trying to maximize our opportunity for interconnectivity? Obviously, our phones and computers, help us to really move the territory forward. How are you? What is the synergy like in that space?
Yeah, in this first year, I have sat down with Mr. Steven Adams, who runs VINGN, to have conversations about this. We were working together on the BEAD grant, so there were funding for us to partner and do more of the sorts of initiatives you're talking about. But within the last month, I think that those dollars got pulled back from the federal government, so it just doesn't exist anymore. So we have to sit down and find other opportunities for us to work together. But we have a good relationship, and we want to support them in any way we can.
So I think that I'd like for you to focus on this as a priority, because I think it's so critical, that we don't see each other as competition, but rather that really working towards moving this territory forward.
1 minute.
And my other question is in regards to the Catalyst Fund. What is your take, and how do we expand the Catalyst Fund? I know that we provided the initial seed money of $5 million, and there were proposed CDBG that was supposed to be the cure-it-all for everything in the territory that has really fallen on the wayside. But how do we start to really ramp up the use of the Catalyst Fund?
Yep. So when I took over, I evaluated.
30 seconds.
I evaluated the Community Impact Fund as well. But first of all, thank you to this body for providing us with the $5 million. But I evaluated what we're doing under there and the strategy, and my predecessor was focused on very large deals and using it as a business attraction tool. But my focus is to write smaller check sizes and really write those checks for small businesses that are already in the territory. So not necessarily an RT Park client, but a mom and pop business that's in the territory that might need funding to grow their business, but we're talking about the $25,000 to $250,000 range. And we had 2 different summits, one on St. Croix, one on St. Thomas, I think collectively, roughly around 70 or so small businesses showed up. We're working through that pipeline. We have about 20 that we're working with, and we've already did one deal based on the work that we've done with those small business summits.
Very well, thank you. Mr. Chair, may I just wrap up with one final
Yes, you
question?
may.
And obviously, you have spoken a lot about your 5 new clients. I wanted to know, in respect to what we're seeing now taking over the world in terms of AI, how do you see AI becoming an opportunity for us to really hone in on and really maximize that in our space here in the territory?
Yeah, great question. Within our Professional Pathways program, part of the training that we did with them was on generative AI. So how can you use AI to be more valuable and productive once you enter the workforce? I think if our youth don't learn how to use artificial intelligence now, then they'll fall behind. So our goal, our focus, whether it's in our Youth STEM initiatives or our PPP, is to ensure that people understand how to use it well, and then it can give them a boost in whatever career they're looking for. And to me, it touches all aspects, just like the internet. Like, it's the next wave. It's going to touch every single business, everything that we do. And a person who's going for a job who doesn't know how to use it versus someone who does, the person who doesn't know how to use it is going to lose every time. So how do we ensure our young people are using it not just to play games, but to create and to be more productive? And that's going to be a priority for us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Novel E. Francis Jr. The chair recognizes Senator Angel Bolquez for his point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, my point of information circles back to your comment surrounding compliance reviews. I have a few queries to better try to understand, because how exactly are client-reported job creations or revenue generation or community impact validated if you're not conducting a compliance review? And in addition to that, how do you determine whether a client is in breach of their agreement, and what sort of enforcement does the RT Park have if this non-compliance is found? How are you dealing with that?
Yep. So we do conduct compliance reviews, and there's 2 pieces to it. There's the financial compliance, right? So based on your park tenant agreement, we agree to a certain percentage of revenue. We agree to a certain amount of money that you give to the university. Are you in compliance? And how do we do that? We look at their tax returns that will provide us with the numbers that we need to do the calculations that we need, and then we invoice them.
But hold on, I don't mean to interject, but how exactly, if you're not conducting a compliance, how do you validate that information is?
No, we are. That is part of the compliance review process, is to look at their tax incentives, to see what they filed, to determine how much revenue they generated, and then be able to calculate based on that, what is the amount of money that you owe to the RT Park, what is the amount of money that you owe to the university, and we invoice them for that, and they have to pay that amount.
So do you have an audit protocol in place?
Yes, sir.
You do?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And how frequently is that?
There's annual audits for every client.
Okay, very well. Thank you for the clarification.
Sorry if I wasn't clear.
And thank you very much, Senator Bolquez. The chair recognizes Senator Franklin Johnson for his 6 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. And good afternoon to the viewing and listening audience. Mr. Sonnier, I like your approach. And I want to tell you which approach. Your approach says, if we're not bringing in companies, then we have to start thinking about laying off people. It's a good approach. And if government would function like that, especially when you put commissioners, directors in position, if you ain't functioning right, then you need to go home. It's as simple as that. People don't like to hear it. But if we all will have that approach, we'll have a much more productive government and more efficient. Can't just keep paying you because you're my friend. I had a boss that think like that, and I appreciate that. So I want to say that to you. I definitely appreciate your approach. If we're not bringing in companies and bringing in that resource, everybody can't stay on the job. It's impossible. But what I would like to speak about, I want to ask Ms. Perkins, based on the numbers, again, I got to go back to St. John, having all of these young people and seeing them just so vibrant. What is it going to take for us to try to encourage the St. Thomas and the St. Croix educators to get on board to get our young children? I'm not tech savvy, but the children that come in behind me have to be tech savvy. And what it is going to take for us to make sure that we get the numbers up on St. Croix and St. Thomas. And if you need our help to connect that conversation, let's make it happen. But what do we need to do?
So, hi, good morning. My name is Marisha Perkins, and I am the STEM Enrichment Program Manager at the RT Park. I think the biggest thing that we need to do is just kind of have boots on the ground. One of the biggest, I guess, draws for the St. John group was I physically went there. And also, starting at the beginning of the school year, one of the issues with the Lockhart School, and actually some of the other schools as well, was that we started in January, and at that time, a lot of the after-school programs were already running. So I think we're going to have a much larger amount of students interested in the program, and parents also wanting their students in those programs. And I think once we start from the beginning of the year and we kind of establish that, and now that we also have an established reputation within the community as well, I think people are going to be looking for these programs. We started with our summer program this year as well, and I think using those students and those parents and kind of getting the word out there through that as well, through those parents, that's going to be a good way for us to kind of get students interested into the program as well.
Have your summer program numbers increased on St. Croix and St. Thomas in relevant to those other numbers?
So this was the first year that we ran the program. So we had 122 students registered and participated in the program.
And what are those numbers are like on each island, if you have it?
It's 58 on St. Thomas and 62 on St. Croix.
That's good to hear, because these numbers are very staggering. When you talk about St. Croix having, 28, St. Thomas 18, and St. John, the smallest island, 48. I mean, that was very alarming to me, and I'm quite sure to all of my colleagues. But I sure hope that what you're saying it comes to fruition and we get more of our children involved. And then to Mr. Sonnier, you spoke that you have some 200 employees spread across from other companies that are working within the RT Park. What kind of wages are we talking about? Balancing it?
I don't have those numbers off the top of my head, but they're living wages, they're tech and knowledge-based wages, so they're slightly higher than what you would see in other industries, hotels, etc. So, but I don't have that number. We can try to get that to you.
And then how many of your 70 current RT Park clients are physically operating within the territory versus opposed to virtual or limited presence?
Yep, so all 70 of them operate in the territory. That doesn't mean that they don't have other offices in other parts of the country, but all 70 of them by mandate have to be in the territory.
And which sector you're seeing the most growth in as far as new clients?
Right now it's been a lot of, we talked about, there's a lot of blockchain interest. One of our focuses is on, there's a designation called Hub Zone, where by mandate to be a Hub Zone company, you have to have at least 30% of your employees in a designated Hub Zone, and the territory is a designated Hub Zone. So we've been going after companies that are going to be able to pay our fees and make commitments to the university, but through someone else's regulations and mandate have to hire people in the territory. So that alleviates some of the pressure of us saying, okay, I need fees, I need you to pay UVI, and I need you to hire people. Someone else is mandating that they hire the people, and they have to be here because we're a Hub Zone. So we're being a bit strategic on how we go after companies. And so next week, actually, we're going to the Hub Zone conference and try to attract more of these companies. But we've already gotten a Department of Defense contractor that's here. He's the one I mentioned before that's going to hire at least 8 people. But again, 30% of his entire organization has to be based in a Hub Zone. So or he loses his designation. And so those are the types of like strategic companies that we're trying to pursue.
Thank you very much. And I want to say
Time.
I'm very encouraged with your testimony here, what you present to us here. I'm also learning a lot today. I'm not one of those guys going to tell you I know everything about the RT Park. But what you presented here today really opened up my eyes to understand a lot what's happening there. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, may I respond?
Please.
Thank you for that comment, Senator Johnson. One of the things that I found in just my 10 months of being in this role, every time I address a group of people, I start by trying to educate and explain what the RT Park is. From my personal experience, the RT Park has been around since 2002, but very few people know what the RT Park does. And so that's why my testimony was somewhat long, is because this was, I think, one of the first opportunities for us to explain what we do. I know prior years we haven't always done everything we need to be doing, but we're headed in that direction. And, you know, going back to your first statement, like, we should be held accountable. I want to be held accountable. I tell my team they have to be held accountable. So for us to be able to say these things to the public so that you learn and understand what it is that we do and what our vision is, I hope it provides some clarity, but also sort of helps us with the brand that we have in the territory.
So, you know, we talked about hub zone designation. There's enterprise zone designation. There's now opportunity zone designation, which these various federal incentive programs that help rural and disadvantaged neighborhood communities, these are the opportunities we could leverage so that we could attract companies that are doing business with the federal government, that needs to be located strategically in these areas. And so I'm hoping when you go forth in your marketing efforts, that's what you're looking for, hunting, just like, let's see who else wants that big military contract that needs to be here, or whatever the contract is federally, so they could locate here. We did that for companies when we were trying to do affirmative action and all that stuff. This is not a new strategy. It's just a matter of getting out ahead of it and start, pulling in those companies that are desperate to meet those requirements so they could get these contracts.
And our marketing team under Sidney Paul's leadership has very much been focused on all the things you just said, like stacking the incentives on top of each other and putting them, whether it be digitally or in our flyers, so that people can see the opportunity that you have from bringing your company to the territory.
That's something we might have to work with tourism with too. Get that out there. All right, the chair recognizes Senator Alma Francis Heiliger for her 6 minutes. Senator?
Thank you. Hello. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the territory. Good afternoon to the testifier. My first set of questions has to do with, do you guys have some type of assessment you do as to the potential long-term impact economically that the RT Park has on this territory? And if the answer is yes, could you please share a little bit of that?
So we have not yet done that. I would call what you're describing an impact report. Actually, in this upcoming fiscal year, we plan to do an impact report. It just didn't make sense to do in my very first year as executive director. So we are working on that, and hopefully this time next year, if we come before this body, we can share some of the impact.
I understand what you're saying because you just got there. So you're saying, from your knowledge, this RT Park has never done one.
There's been an impact report done. It's dated, I would probably say back to 2015. 2015 was the last impact report.
Okay. Okay, so that's about 10 years ago. Well, I will look forward to see the potential improvement and the report, because ultimately this RT Park is very much tied to economic development. And for us to be able to see what the impact is of the RT Park, I mean, we spoke a little bit about the finances and paying the employees and what it potentially could bring in. But not only just currently, 10 years later, but what the potential impact would be long term going into the future. I also wanted to speak about, I know you guys talked about your fee-based system. How do you guys deal with that from a transparency standpoint to make sure, you know, dealing with transparency and accountability? How do you put that out?
Yeah, so legally, I'm not able to share any specific terms of a park tenant agreement that we have with our clients. I can share it in aggregate, like I shared the $30 million.
You can give me a synopsis. You don't have to give details.
Yes, ma'am. So the $30 million that, on average, our RT Park clients pay to the BIR, we receive the additional $10 million for us to operate as an RT Park and also for the university. Every year during our compliance review, we ask the companies to present us with other, whether it be charitable donations, sponsorships, other things that they've done in the territory, and this will be a part of our impact report. But there's 54 different nonprofits and other organizations that our RT Park clients have contributed to over the last 2 to 3 years. So there's a lot that they're doing in the territory that aren't just the fees that they pay to the RT Park and the contributions to the university.
Okay, and I know, my colleague spoke about the STEM program. Well, tell me, for some of the programs that do participate, the businesses that do participate in helping the various programs and participating, what types of programs would you like to see or maybe are potentially in the works to continue to assist with helping our students and other individuals?
I think we need to, and this is speaking for the RT Park, put more UVI students in internships, right? Going back to what we said before, everything that we do, I call it a pilot the first time because you don't know what you don't know. And once you get into it, you can realize, okay, you know, I understand it a little bit better now. I would do it slightly different in the future. And so we're just at that point with our professional pathways program where we limited it to 20 students because we didn't know how hard or difficult it would be. So now the idea is to really scale it up and hopefully double from 20 to 40 students because I think there's nothing more valuable than a young person getting real world experience. Experience is the best teacher, and so we have companies here. We as the RT Park need to do a better job of ensuring that our young people get placed in these companies.
I support that 100% because I also know we also have an apprenticeship program on the books that where I fully support where our children do work with our businesses to get that hands-on training. And like my colleague said, even in the legislature, we do our own summer intern program. And also in my program, I try to match up my students with things that they want to learn in the future so they can also get that hands-on experience. I wanted to ask, outside of money, because everybody that comes before us, and I know my colleague spoke that you guys have to come back this week for finance. So I will leave that part to him. With the money part. Outside of money, what would you say you really need as support to potentially see this RT Park thrive or even reach the level that you think that it could go to?
Great question. We need more physical space. So if you're here on St. Croix, everyone knows what the RT Park building
30
is.
seconds.
If you drive down Centerline Road, you'll see it. What people don't know is that we share that building with the university, so a large portion of that building is for classrooms, labs, and offices for the university. So we don't occupy that full building, right? So I'm already at a point now where I introduced community advancement division. We're hiring more people so we can conduct those programs, and we're busting at the seams. So I personally need more space, and I want a bigger presence on St. Thomas. So we will need space on St. Thomas to hire and put people there. And then separate from that, we need space. We need space. Can I continue? We need space for clients, right? I mentioned this Hub Zone company that came here. One of the biggest headaches we had, and my deputy executive director spent days working with him to try to help him find office space. And that's just not a good experience. If I could say, look, you can lease here for 12 months, just pack your bags and come and move, it's just a much more seamless process. And so if we can get more physical space as the RT Park, we would be much better off.
Well, thank you. Mr. Chair, I heard time. Could I just quickly wrap up?
Yes, please continue.
Thank you. I'm happy I asked that question because some of the things you just laid out are very, very significant and important to the potential growth of this RT Park. I mean, for a small group that is bringing in millions upon millions of dollars, some of the things you spoke about, I would assume was standard with you guys. And I do appreciate us potentially looking into maybe, like you said, having a space where they could just come and set up almost like an incubator area, and then they could gradually transition out after that 12-month period. So I look forward to potentially seeing some of these proposals sent to us, because if we are serious about economic growth and we potentially see that this RT Park could assist with that, I think those are the areas as a government we have to really start tapping into and focusing on for long-term investment and growth of our economy here in the territory. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, testifiers, for your response.
Thank you very much, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. I concur wholeheartedly with that line of comments. I really think this is an opportunity for the RT Park to really spread its wing and grow. I know Dr. George is very supportive of the RT Park, and I support the university wholeheartedly. So as far as this committee is concerned, you just have to let us know what you need, and let's put a plan forward so we could get going. The chair recognizes Senator Clifford Joseph Sr. for his 6 minutes.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Good afternoon to the community. Good afternoon to the RT Park management team. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Mr. Sonnier, I must say that I think you're doing a phenomenal job for 7 months in. And for the listening public, I think I would like for you to mention your position prior to becoming the executive director.
Yes, so before becoming the executive director last September, I was working at the RT Park, and I was focused on all the entrepreneurship programming. So I ran the Accelerator program, which helped Virgin Islanders create technology-based businesses here in the territory. Boomerang Eats, that food delivery platform and app that's here, is from our Accelerator program. Promotix, so if you're purchasing tickets to concerts and live events in the territory, that company came through our Accelerator program. Tropical Treasure Hunt on St. Thomas came through our so we have a number of successes from Virgin Islanders building companies that started from nothing with us. And I was running that program for the past 5 years. And all of that is just based on my prior knowledge as a tech founder. So I started 2 different tech companies before moving to the Virgin Islands. So.
Good, but I just wanted to make clear so we could see your values point blank, because one thing I noticed coming to the tech part to visit, and I looked around and I asked 2 or 3 employees, how you feel working here? And the smiles that I got, I felt like saying myself. I mean, the smiles were to the ground, like, yeah. And all of them compliment how much of a good manager and team player you are. You're not just worrying about your recognition, you look at team across the board. And that's important. How much females do you have working at the park?
That's a good question. At least 50%, right?
More than 50%.
All right. Yes, we're a majority women-led team. Yes.
I ain't got no problem. I only asked the question because most of my career was always supervised by a female.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to know to make sure that the impact is there and they're giving in too. So
absolutely.
Yeah.
Sometimes I find myself in a meeting I'm the only male in the meeting. So yes, we have a lot of women on our team and they do a phenomenal job.
Good. I must also mention, again, you could say this for the public, when I visited, I think, what's your name? Ms. Perkins and yourself made it clear how fast the STEM program filled up by age groups. So mention it.
Yes, very good point. So again, this was the first year for the summer camp. The day that we launched the applications, we did it in different age groups. So there's 3rd and 4th grade, 5th and 6th grade, 7th and 8th grade, and then across both islands, so St. Croix and St. Thomas. Some of those sections filled up within minutes, like just a couple of minutes, and then we had to go into a wait list. So we have an entire wait list of parents that have reached out to us after the closing of the signups that are already interested in whether it be the after-school program or next year's summer camp. And so now our challenge is how can we serve more Virgin Islanders next summer, whether it be physical location, where do we have to change it? So yes, many of our camps, all of them close within, I would say, 24 hours. But some of them within minutes, like 12, we opened at 12, by 12:10, it was already closed.
Okay, and I must say too, when I visited, everybody was engaged, like directly engaged. We came in, and if they wanted to show, when it was time for them to show what they were doing, everybody wanted to present. It had no student that didn't want to present. So even when they presented to us, they presented as a group. So I guess your team effort is selling straight throughout the RT Park. I, again, must continue to compliment you on what you're doing, you and your team. And as far as the 423K that you guys are setting up, so when does that go online? And since I heard your assistant was speaking, I want to know if you guys had plans of putting the batteries on at some point.
Yes, so the project should be complete by the end of this September 2025. We've already We've already set up the container for the inverters and the batteries. We're working on a partnership with the VI Energy office to put electric charging stations in our parking lot. So some of the capacity that we get from the 423 kilowatts will go to charging that as well. And then whatever we don't use, we can feed back to WAPA. So hopefully all of that is in place. And we have a separate grant for the batteries as well. So all of this stuff has been put together through grants.
So the 423 will just be serving the RT Park or the whole of the UVI and St. Croix?
Just the RT Park.
Okay, good. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Clifford Joseph, for your time. And now we'll be doing our wrap-up, Mr. Sonnier. I want to just say that it's been a real pleasure. I think everybody, the community, my colleagues, we all learned a lot from this opportunity for you guys to present. And we probably have 1,000 more questions, but time is of essence. And we just want to thank you guys for coming out and sharing with us what you do and take away some of the misconceptions that's out there about, why it's important to give tax exemptions to certain companies to get them here and the benefits that comes from it. And look at how many wonderful things our young people are experiencing because of this, and the university as well. So it's a win-win-win, and we need to build on this. And I'm going to give you a chance to close out and just tell us whatever you want to tell us in the next minute.
So thank you, Senator Frederick, and thank you to Senator James and Senator Joseph. The three of you did come and visit our summer camp this year, and that was what sparked you to invite us to come and testify today, which I think was a very positive thing. And I want to thank the rest of the committee who's here today for the good questions that you asked, but also for just opening the door for us to have more dialogue and work together to benefit the territory. I also want to thank UVI and Dr. George, so UVI's new president. They've been great partners, new leadership there, new leadership here. We got a fresh start, and so it's been refreshing to work with them and have similar visions for how we move technology and innovation forward in the territory. Most importantly, I just want to thank my team. I'm sure they have good days and days that they don't want to be working for me, but I appreciate every one of them. I just kind of set the vision and make sure that we're executing, but they're the ones who do the real work. And as you guys have seen today, like everything that we've done is new, right? It started with the vision last September. We did a lot of planning, and then we went into execution mode. And you just never know what you're going to get when you're in execution, but the way that my team adapted and figured things out in real time just gave me the confidence that we can do this and we can keep moving forward. And something that I've told my team, and I'll tell them on record, is that I'm not going to stop pushing. So we're going to have to figure it all out together. But I appreciate every one of them. So thank you, guys.
I just want you to know that we were listening to your recommendations about at-home workers or remote workers. So we'll see what we could do to trim some of the fat between us and employers that are outside of the territory. Again, I want to thank you, Mr. Sonnier, and your team. Thank you guys again for coming out. You're excused. The Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture will be in recess for 20 minutes. Good afternoon again. The Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture is back on record. Madam Clerk, can you please read Block 2 into the record?
Block 2. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture will receive updates from the Virgin Islands Casino Control Commission on its operations, regulatory activities, financial oversight, and community impacts. The Commission is expected to provide testimony and supporting documentation on current licensing, compliance, and enforcement actions, revenue collections and employment data, responsible gaming initiatives, financial audits and regulatory compliance, community benefit programs, and any legislative recommendations to enhance its operations. Invited testifiers, Mr. Marvin Pickering, CEO, Chairman of the Virgin Islands Casino Control Commission, and Attorney Gordon C. Ray, Attorney General, Virgin Islands Department of Justice.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I'd like to have the testifiers please read your name into the record. Mr. Pickering, please come in.
Marvin Pickering, Chairman, CEO of the Virgin Islands Casino Control Commission.
Good afternoon. My name is R. Oliver David, an Assistant Attorney General and the Director of the Division of Gaming Enforcement. I'll be testifying instead of Attorney General Gordon C. Ray.
Luther F. Renee, Commissioner, Secretary, Treasurer, Virgin Islands Casino Control Commission.
Kelvin Vidal, Legal Counsel, Virgin Islands Casino Control Commission.
Before I begin, I want to remind each one of the testifiers to please mute.
We have over in St. Thomas.
Carolyn Herman Purcell,
Yes.
Commissioner, District of St. Thomas, St. John. And I'm also the Vice Chair of the Virgin Islands Casino Control Commission.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to remind everyone to please mute your telephones and your electronic devices during this committee hearing. Mr. Chairman, please, if you would, please commence your testimony into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Hubert L. Frederick, Chairman of the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, all honorable members of the committee, other honorable members of the 36th Legislature, legislative staff, and those listening and viewing via radio, television, and the internet. For the record, my name is Marvin L. Pickering, and I am the Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of the Virgin Islands Casino Control Commission, hereinafter the Commission. Accompanying me today is Commissioner Carolyn P. Herman Purcell, Vice Chair, appearing from the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas. Here on St. Croix, Commissioner Luther F. Renee, Secretary Treasurer, and our legal counsel, Kelvin L. Vidal, Esquire. We thank you for the opportunity to appear before the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture to provide testimony on the operations, regulatory activities, financial oversight, and the community impacts of the Virgin Islands Casino Control Commission. The Commission is responsible for the licensure and regulation of casinos pursuant to the Virgin Islands Casino and Resort Control Act of 1995 as amended and codified at Virgin Islands Code annotated Title 32, Section 401 et seq. Internet gaming and gambling pursuant to the Virgin Islands Internet Gaming and Gambling Act as amended and codified at 32 VI Code Section 601 et seq. Casinos at racetracks, colloquially known as racinos, on St. Croix, pursuant to the Virgin Islands Horse Racing Industry Assistance Acts of 2011 and 2016, and Casino 4 Establishments Act, permitted within the enterprise zones of Christiansted and Frederiksted, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands. These statutes and all relevant amendments and rules and regulations promulgated thereto establish the basis for the governance and operations of the Commission and its staff. The Commission has 4 funding sources. 1, the General Fund for salaries of the Commissioners and staff only. 2, the Casino Control Revolving Fund pursuant to 32 VI Code Section 514. This account is funded by casino license fees, casino employee license fees, fines, and other fees imposed by law or through regulation by the Commission. 3, the Casino Revenue Fund, pursuant to 32 VI Code Section 517, which is funded by the 12% tax on gross revenues from the 2 casinos and casino hotels currently operating in the casino zone, namely Divi Carina Bay Casino and Resort, a Casino 2 hotel, minimum of 200 to 299 rooms, and VIGL Operations LLC, commonly referred to as Caravel Hotel and Casino, a Casino 4 hotel, as the 1 hotel permitted in the Christiansted Enterprise Zone, minimum of 75 rooms. The Commission receives 25% of these tax revenues, with 75% allocated to other government departments or agencies, including 1% to the Commission for programs to treat and prevent gambling addiction, and 4, the Horse Racetrack Casino Revenue Fund pursuant to 32 VI Code Section 901. The Commission has not received funding from this source since 2016, when Traxco ceased operations at the Randall Doc James Racetrack. As has been much reported in local news and followed by the general populace, while the Commission issued an initial license on April 18, 2024 to VIGL Operations LLC to operate a casino at the Randall Doc James Racetrack, VIGL did not proceed with the construction and allowed that license to expire on April 19, 2025. Licensing activities. Under its regulatory scheme, the Commission reviews all persons and entities involved in the local casino industry. The Commission issues licenses and statements of compliance for both new and renewal in all license categories to include casinos, casino employees, casino key employees, gaming-related entities, and non-gaming related entities. The table below shows a comparison of licenses issued by the Commission for fiscal year 2024 and thus far for the current fiscal year 2025 as of May 31st, 2025. Please note that a total of 690 licenses in all categories and work permits were issued in fiscal year 2024. Through May of the current fiscal year 2025, a total of 432 licenses and work permits were issued. As such, the Commission envisions that it will exceed the number for fiscal year 2024. Additionally, through May of fiscal year 2025, the Commission issued 86 exemptions from licensure and 30 waivers from registration or licensure versus 104 and 86, respectively, for fiscal year 2024. Economic impact data. Pursuant to 32 VI Code Section 515, licensed casinos in the casino zone of St. Croix pay taxes on their gross revenue, which as defined by 32 VI Code Section 402, paragraph 36 is, and I quote, the total of all sums, including checks, received by a casino licensee pursuant to Section 457 of this title, whether collected or not, actually received by a casino licensee from gaming operations, less only the total of all sums paid out as winnings to patrons and a deduction for uncollectible gaming receivables, end of quote. The tax rate is applied at a graduated scale as follows: 8% per annum during the first 2 years of operation, 10% per annum during the third and fourth years of operations, and 12% for each succeeding year thereafter. The 2 casino licensees have been operating for more than 4 years and are currently taxed at the 12% rate. For the current fiscal year, 2025 through April, both casinos reported gross taxable revenues in the amount of $11,102,962. Gross taxable revenues reported for fiscal years 2024 and 2023 were $18,527,135 and $18,743,392 respectively. Correspondingly, casino revenue taxes paid thus far this fiscal year 2025 through April amounted to $1,306,248. For fiscal years 2024 and 2023, casino revenue taxes amounted to $2,216,528 and $2,176,423 respectively. In addition to the taxes paid on casino gross revenues, the casino licensees provide employment to several hundred St. Croix residents. In fiscal year 2023, payroll and employee headcount was $9,736,388 for 296 employees. In fiscal year 2024, payroll amounted to $10,511,233 with 313 employees. For the first 2 quarters of fiscal year 2025, payroll amounted to $5,289,337 with a headcount of 304 employees. Licensees also procure other goods and services such as legal and professional, food and beverage, cleaning supplies, insurance, advertising, etc. Spending in those categories for fiscal year 2024 amounted to $21,994,355. Thus far, for fiscal year 2025, spending totals $10,736,640. Financial audits and regulatory compliance efforts. The Commission received unqualified financial audits, or quote-unquote clean audits, for the fiscal years ended September 30th, 2021 and September 30th, 2022. These audits were performed by Bird Smith & Company, a licensed CPA firm based in Washington, D.C. that conducts financial audit services for other agencies and entities of the government of the Virgin Islands. For both of the fiscal years audited, there was the same finding that the Commission does not have a formalized policy for review and approval of financial transactions. However, the audit reports went on to state that, quote, while we did not find any illegitimate transactions, we believe that formalized policies and procedures are key to the prevention and detection of errors and fraud. End of quote. The Commission has since implemented procedures for review and approval of all transactions and has drafted an accountant policy manual that should soon be finalized. The Commission and its staff are extremely proud of receiving these unqualified audit reports and will continue to adhere to the highest standards of accountability and transparency. The Division of Gaming Enforcement, DGE, is the investigative and enforcement arm of the Commission. The DGE is under the VI Department of Justice, but its activities are solely for the benefit of the Commission. The DGE recently concluded a regulatory compliance audit of the licensed casinos in the territory, namely David Carino Bay Casino and Caravel Hotel and Casino. That audit was performed by the Spectrum Gaming Group, Spectrum, a globally recognized gaming consultancy firm. The audit reports were dated July 17th, 2024, and the Commission received the audit reports on July 22nd, 2024. The audits resulted in a number of findings and related recommendations to address those findings. Subsequent to the receipt of the Spectrum audit reports, the Commission convened meetings with each casino licensee, along with DGE, to discuss the findings and recommendations. The Commission directed the licensees to submit their written responses and plans of corrective actions to address deficiencies noted in the audits. The licensees complied with the directive, and the Commission accepted the submitted compliance actions. Compliance and enforcement activities. The Commission received a total of 5 patron complaints in 2024 and 5 thus far this calendar year 2025. Of the 5 cases filed in 2024 and submitted to the DGE for investigation, 3 were investigated and closed and 2 are pending. Of the 5 filed in 2025, 4 have been investigated and closed and 1 case is pending. DGE filed 9 complaints against registrants and licensees with the Commission in 2024. Fines were assessed in 3 cases and settlement agreements reached in 2 cases. 2 cases resulted in forfeiture of jackpots and 2 resulted in favorable satisfaction to the respondents. Status of responsible gaming and problem gambling programs. As previously stated, pursuant to 32 VI Code Section 517C, the Commission receives 1% of the Casino Revenue Fund for programs to prevent and treat problem gambling addiction, and this mandate applies territory-wide. This sum amounts to a yearly average of $22,000. The Commission has several initiatives to encourage responsible gaming and gambling because we want persons to engage in the recreational activity of gambling. We are cognizant that, unfortunately, for some, gambling becomes a problem with devastating consequences to themselves, their families, and their communities. The Commission is ever vigilant as to how we can reduce such occurrences in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Specifically, the Commission has implemented the following. A, voluntary self-exclusion. Pursuant to 32 VI Code Section 423A, the Commission provides a voluntary self-exclusion VSE program where a gambling patron can voluntarily elect to be excluded from all licensed casinos for a period of 1, 2, or 3 years. During the exclusion period, the patron is prohibited from entering onto the casino floors and barred from collecting any winnings or recovering any losses. If the patron is found on the casino floor during the banned period, he or she will be ejected and could be subject to criminal misdemeanor prosecution. Casino management and our casino inspectors monitor the VSE list. The Commission has strengthened the program to provide that a patron must remain on the VSE list for a mandatory minimum of 6 months. Regardless of the term selected, a patron can only request 1 early removal from the list. Furthermore, the patron must affirmatively petition for removal from the list, notwithstanding that the term has expired. In 2024, the Commission granted 8 VSE petitions and 3 removal petitions. In 2025, to date, the Commission has placed 1 patron on the VSE list and removed 2. B, playwisevi.org. In March 2025, the Commission launched playwisevi.org, a website dedicated to responsible gambling and problem gambling information and self-assessment tools. The information on the site is available in English, Spanish, and Haitian Creole. With the assistance of former Senator Neville James, host of Analyze This and WTJX, we had a media blitz with radio appearances and radio advertising. Our casino licensees have posted playwisevi.org signage provided by the Commission on all casino floors, and the Playwise VI banner is scrolling on the slot machines at Caravel and the televisions at Divi. Analytics reviewed by our IT specialists during that indicate that Playwise VI is quote-unquote sticking, meaning viewers to the site are staying longer and are accessing more pages. The site provides links to national resources such as 1-800-GAMBLER for calls, texts, and live chats, and the Commission looks forward to when we can add links to the website for resources situated in the U.S. Virgin Islands. C, Memorandum of Understanding with VI Department of Health. On October 24, 2024, after months of meetings and many draft documents, the Commission and the VI Department of Health, DOH, through Commissioner Justa Encarnacion, executed a Memorandum of Understanding where the Commission provided the funding for 6 counselors, 3 in each island district, currently employed with the Behavioral Health Division to be trained and certified in treating problem gambling disorders. The Commission chose to partner with DOH as it ensures that free or low-cost options will be available to persons needing such help. We have fully paid for the coursework, and our understanding is that the counselors are preparing to take the exams to advance to the next steps. We also chose to partner with DOH as the Commission believes help that is available where the person is and that understands his or her community and triggers is more likely to be effective in treating gambling disorders. It is well researched that cultural awareness is also important to the effective treatment of gambling addiction. In that respect, the Commission was recently honored to present at the North American Gaming Regulators Association, NAGRA, 2025 Education and Training Conference on June 4th, 2025 in Nashville, Tennessee, a session entitled, quote, "We Have a Story to Tell, the Virgin Islands Casino Control Commission and the Building of Culturally Adapted Problem Gambling Awareness Initiatives," end of quote. During the session, the Commission detailed our efforts to, quote unquote, speak to Virgin Islanders by working to provide information in the 3 prominent languages spoken in our islands, local assistance, and such small steps of including local talent and music in advertising. By all accounts, the session was well received and resonated on the need for cultural sensitivity in designing problem gambling programs. D, other activities. In March of each year, the Commission participates in Problem Gambling Awareness Month, PGAM, that is led by the National Council on Problem Gambling, NCPG, the only national nonprofit organization that seeks to minimize the economic and the social costs associated with gambling addiction. The Commission has observed the month through the issuance of an executive proclamation, outreach at senior centers, distribution of self-screen cards on Problem Gambling Screening Day, and giveaways at the casinos. Likewise, we participate each September in Responsible Gaming Education Month, or RGEM, the brainchild of the American Gaming Association, the premier national trade group for the U.S. casino industry. During September, as always, the Commission emphasizes the key responsible gambling messages of 1, set a budget and stick to it. 2, keep it social and keep it fun. 3, know the game and know the odds. 4, don't chase losses. And 5, play legally. At our quarterly meetings with our casino licensees, we also ask what they did or plan to do for the observations of PGAM and RGEM. At our last quarterly meeting held on June 25th, 2025, our casino licensees provided full action plans for this year's RGEM that include, but are not limited to, email campaign to club members, social media outreach, in-house training of staff to identify the characteristics of problem gambling and how to provide assistance, and on-property messaging. Also, our casino licensees are statutorily mandated to include responsible gaming messages in all advertising. community benefit programs funded through casino operations. Pursuant to 32 VI Code Section 517C, 75% of monies deposited in the Casino Revenue Fund are allocated to various agencies of the government of the Virgin Islands. Recipients and the percentage allocation include agriculture, 10%, education, 20%, health, 15%, sports, parks, and recreation, 15%, VIPD, 10%, VI government, hospital, and health facilities, 4%, and VI Alliance for Responsible Gaming, 1%. Combined amounts distributed to the aforementioned entities for fiscal years 2023, 2024, and thus far for fiscal year 2025 were $1,632,317, $1,662,317, and $1,142,373, respectively. Worthy of note here is that on March 25, 2024, the Commission presented a check to Commissioner Gary Malloy of the VI Department of Labor in the amount of $385,956.64 to support the JAG VI program, a youth employment training program. This program was funded in part from 10% of monies deposited into the Casino Revenue Fund. This allocation was defunded by the legislature with the enactment of Act number 8577. In addition, the Commission has directly supported entities such as our Community Salutes, Syncroy Foundation, the 10 Sleepless Nights Foundation, Community Foundation of the VI, American Cancer Society, to name a few. Legislative recommendations to support the Commission's operations. The Virgin Islands Gaming and Internet Gambling Act, Act number 6419, the IGIG Act, was passed by the 24th Legislature in August of 2001. Provisions of the IGIG Act could not be implemented pending resolution of the Interstate Wire Act's prohibition against wagering in online gaming, as the Virgin Islands is subject to U.S. federal law. In 2018, when it overturned the Professional and Amateur Sports Protection Act of 1992, also known as PAPSA, the United States Supreme Court determined the legality of online gaming and concluded that the prohibitions against online wagering do not extend to all forms of gambling. Since that decision, 39 states, along with Washington, D.C., and Puerto Rico, have legalized sports betting in one form or another. 32 of those states specifically have online and mobile sports betting. In 2024, sports betting revenue was $13.78 billion, up from $11.04 billion in 2023. The U.S. Virgin Islands is currently not participating in these activities and is not generating any revenue from these sources. The Commission is committed to developing a modern licensing and regulatory framework for internet gaming that fits the needs of the 21st century. To that end, the Commission enlisted the services of a global leading firm in the gaming industry to review the statutes contained in 32 VI Code, Section 601 et seq, and related regulations, and propose amendments to the Commission for consideration. The Commission also contracted with another consulting firm with global experience in the gaming industry to conduct a market impact analysis to lay out the economic benefits through taxation and other means associated with the IGIG Act's full implementation. The Commission is hosting a summit on July 31st, 2025, to which you and other stakeholders have been invited. We certainly hope that all senators, or in their absence, their staffers, attend, as the information shared at the summit will be valuable in future discourse and deliberation as this matter advances through the policy-making levels. The Commission is also seeking the support of the legislature in amending the Casino Revenue Fund to restore funding for the JAG VI program, VI Department of Labor, that was defunded in Act number 8577, and to provide an allocation to the DGE for additional staffing to address the tremendous backlog of investigations that is hampering the Commission's operations. In a letter dated July 22, 2024, addressed to then Budget Appropriations Chair, the Honorable Donna A. Fred Gregory, and then Vice Chair, the Honorable Novell E. Francis Jr., the Commission suggested the reallocation of Casino Revenue Fund, which included a slight reduction to the Commission's share to address the funding issues of the aforementioned entities. We will be more than happy to provide you and members of your committee with copies of that correspondence. Finally, as it relates to legislative support, the Commission respectfully requests the full approval of our fiscal year 2026 budget request. As you know, the payment of salaries and fringe benefits for the Commission and staff are funded from the General Fund. For 3 consecutive fiscal years, the Commission was funded at the same level of $1,423,800. For fiscal year 2026, the Commission has requested and the Governor has recommended a budget of $1,723,800. We thank Governor Albert Bryan Jr. for his support and look forward to the Senate's support as well. In closing, I extend my sincere thanks and appreciation to my colleagues, Commissioner Herman Purcell and Commissioner Renee, as well as to our dedicated and capable staff for their unwavering support in advancing the mission of the Virgin Islands Casino Control Commission. Together, we remain steadfast in our commitment to fulfilling the mandates entrusted to us. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the testimony of the Virgin Islands Casino Control Commission, where we are currently celebrating 30 years of regulatory excellence, of casino regulatory excellence by honoring our legacy and shaping the future. The representatives of the Commission stand ready to respond to the best of our ability to the questions you and the members of this body may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman Pickering. I appreciate the testimony. I'm going to start it off with the internet gaming and gambling law. How does that work? Okay. Yeah, it's coming. How does that work? The internet gaming law.
I'm
How
not sure I
does that?
understand the question.
I'm trying to understand how does the internet gaming law work? Do we have anyone currently gambling online and being currently covered under this law?
The Commission does not, has not currently issued any licenses for anyone to operate internet gaming and gambling.
Okay, I was wondering about that. Okay, but it's
that's not to say that it's not happening, though.
Okay. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your point of information.
Based on the line of question you just asked, and the Commission said that they have not issued no license for internet gaming.
Right, that's correct.
And then you go on to say that doesn't mean it is not happening.
Yeah, there is an illegal market out there, and we have to. There is an illegal market out there. We understand, and you know that it's.
You have enforcement officers, do you?
There is an illegal market, and we have the DGE. But as you will learn later in the testimony, the DGE is way under-resourced.
And that's why I had to pause and ask this question, because you're saying to me that we all know that there's some illegal activities.
I don't know if I said that. that we all know. We said it's happening.
I took it that way. And if it's that way, we need to do our job. People need to do their job because we have no room for just letting money walk through our hands. We continue saying we're not bringing in the revenues, we're not doing, then people need to do what
but there has
needs
to be a
done.
process, and that process involves coming through the Casino Commission to be licensed.
All right, well, looking forward to hear from the fine gentleman over there.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. This is going to be a fun one. The chair recognizes our other testifier. I know, Mr. David, you're recognized for your testimony.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Honorable Hubert L. Frederick, Chairperson of the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, members of that committee, other senators, legislative staff, and the viewing and listening audience. I am R. Oliver David, an Assistant Attorney General and the Director of the Division of Gaming Enforcement of the Virgin Islands Department of Justice. It is a pleasure to appear before you this afternoon at the request of Committee Chairman, Honorable Hubert L. Frederick, to provide testimony with regards to the role and operation of the Division of Gaming Enforcement and to discuss areas or issues which might be impeding the effective and efficient operation of the division. The Division of Gaming Enforcement was created pursuant to Act 6069 as a division within the Department of Justice. The division operates under the immediate supervision of a director who administers the work of the division under the direction and supervision of the Attorney General. However, the division acts as the investigative and enforcement arm of the Casino Control Commission. Title 32 Virgin Islands Code, Section 428, delineates the general powers and duties of the division. While I will not discuss in detail all the duties of the division listed in Section 428, I would like to discuss the major functions of the division. The critical regulatory function in any gaming regulatory organization are licensing, accounting, machine testing, and enforcement. The Casino Control Commission, through its inspectors, oversees the accounting function. The Division of Gaming Enforcement manages licensing investigation, machine testing, and enforcement functions. Licensing investigation. Pursuant to Title 32, Virgin Islands Code, Section 428B, the division is required to conduct an investigation of each applicant before any license or certificate is issued by the Casino Control Commission. What the division is tasked with doing is conduct a probity investigation of every licensed applicant and its qualifiers where necessary, and submit an investigative report to the Casino Control Commission to enable the Commission to make a determination of the applicant's suitability for licensure. This investigation involves, but is not limited to, the following: a review of the application presented, obtaining and analyzing the applicant's criminal record, obtaining and analyzing the applicant's credit history, obtaining and analyzing documents relative to the applicant's education and employment history, analyze the applicant's income tax returns and financial statement, and conduct an interview with the applicant where necessary. In addition to the license for the casino operator and its qualifiers, there are 5 other categories of licensure, namely casino key employee license, casino employee license, casino hotel employee, casino servicing entity gaming related and its qualifiers, casino servicing entity non-gaming related, all of which require a due diligence investigation. From November 2024 to the end of June 2025, the division opened approximately 115 new investigation files. Presently, the DG has a backlog in excess of 390 investigation files open. Machine testing. Another critical function of the division is that of testing all gaming machines and related gaming equipment before these machines are used in gaming operation at the casino. Currently at the Caravel Hotel, there are 160 gaming machines. At the Davy Carina Bay Casino, there are 233 machines and 9 table games. All machines are tested pursuant to the standards established by the Casino Control Commission and industry standards by BMM and Gaming Laboratories International GLI, the leading test laboratories in the industry, to ensure that they are approved for use in St. Croix prior to being shipped to a casino on St. Croix. Once these machines arrive at the casino, the division conducts its own test to ensure the result of the test of critical components of the machine is identical to the result of the test conducted by the testing lab. Once the division is satisfied that the component has the requisite signature, it is placed back in the machine by the division staff, and it is sealed with tamper-resistant tape prior to the division approving the placement of the machine on the gaming floor for use in gaming. In addition to approving new machines prior to placement on the gaming floor, whenever a casino has reason to open any gaming machine that has already been approved for use and operating on the gaming floor, to make any material changes to the operation of the game, personnel from the division has to be present. The division's gaming technicians will examine the machine to verify that the machine was not tampered with, provide the casino gaming technician with the necessary software which is kept by the division before allowing the casino's technician to make necessary changes. When the changes are made, the division staff reseals the machine before it is placed back in operation. From November 24 to June 2025, the division received and assisted with 44 such requests from the casinos. The division also conducts random checks to ensure the logic board in the machines which contain computer software which controls the operation of the game has not been tampered with. Additionally, whenever there is a jackpot of $25,000 or more, a division staff has to be present, whether it's day or night, to verify the jackpot before it is paid. The third area of the division is that of enforcement. The area of enforcement can be subdivided into 3 broad categories, namely patron disputes, violation of the casino laws and rules and regulations, and operational enforcement. Whenever a patron is dissatisfied with any issue regarding the experience at the casino, the patron is urged to file a complaint with the Casino Control Commission. A copy of that complaint is transmitted to the division by the Casino Control Commission requesting an investigation. The division then conducts an investigation into the allegations and compiles a report with its recommendation, which is then transmitted to the Commission for further action. However, in some cases, the division may file a complaint directly with the casino as a result of its investigation, with the Commission as a result of its investigation. When casino laws or the Casino Control Commission rules or regulations are not adhered to, the division is required to conduct an investigation and take necessary action. This investigation can be initiated by the Casino Control Commission, the division itself, or as a result of a notification by the licensee of an alleged improper conduct. These investigations vary and could be because of cheating or stealing by employees or patrons. It could be the result of an action of a casino licensee through action of its staff, or it could be action of the staff of the Casino Control Commission. Based on the situation, the division has the option of either proceeding criminally before the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands or administratively before the Casino Control Commission. Any matter that would be filed in the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands, the director of the division collaborates with the chief of the criminal division of the Virgin Islands Department of Justice. Operational enforcement. The casino operates pursuant to the Virgin Islands gaming laws and rules and regulations established by the Casino Control Commission. The division is required to monitor casinos to ensure that they operate in compliance with various laws and rules and regulations. The division, with the assistance of an international group called Spectrum Gaming Group, an internationally recognized gaming consulting firm, occasionally conducts compliance audits to ensure that the casinos are adhering to all gaming laws and rules and regulations. The most recent compliance audit was conducted in mid-2024. As a result of these audits and through regular visits and observation, the division has made recommendations to the Commission or directly to the casino regarding areas of concerns that need to be addressed by the casino. Additionally, the division has filed complaints with the Commission against the casino for violating of certain rules and regulations, which in some instances resulted in the Commission assessing a fine against the casino. In addition to compliance audit, the division, with the assistance of Gaming Laboratories International, conducts machine audits, whereby every piece of software used in operating a gaming machine are tested to ensure that they are approved and have not become obsolete since they were installed. Internet gaming. Pursuant to Act 6419, internet gaming became legal in the Virgin Islands. Though we do not know when and in what form internet gaming will materialize, the division will have a significant role to play. The division is preparing for that role by keeping abreast of the latest development in the industry to get a clear understanding of what will be required of the division to enable us to adequately plan when we have to get started. In conclusion, the Division of Gaming Enforcement is tasked with three major functions: licensing investigation, machine testing, and enforcement. While the division has not been as efficient as I would like it to be due to our limited personnel, I have only 2 staff working with me at the division, which prevents us from completing certain functions in a timely manner. The division nonetheless has been active. The division has ensured that gaming machines are always operating pursuant to the standards established by the Casino Control Commission, and the integrity of the machines are never compromised. The division has investigated all patron complaints submitted by the Commission, sometimes not as quickly as I would like, and submit its finding to the Commission or take whatever action it deems necessary. The division has ensured that all licensed applicants employed by or doing business with a casino in St. Croix who is required to be licensed are thoroughly investigated for the Commission to make an informed decision regarding the applicant's suitability for licensure. However, this has been a major problem because of limited staff. The division cannot complete these investigations in a timely manner. I have consistently made my case for 3 additional staff for the division: an administrative assistant and 2 investigators. On several occasions, the division and the Casino Control Commission, which is quite aware of how critical adequate staffing of the division is for the function of the Commission, have proposed reallocating the Casino Revenue Fund derived pursuant to Title 32, Virgin Islands Code, Section 517, so that at least 10% of the revenue collected will go towards the division's staffing needs. We have proposed reducing the amount allocated to certain entities by 1% to 2% to achieve the 10% needed for the Division of Gaming Enforcement. I am of the strong belief that while 1% or 2% deduction from a division or department or agency of the government might not be a tremendous burden to that entity, however, the aggregate amount that will go to the DGE will inure to the benefit of the division by assisting in the hiring of additional staff. After all, it is part of the work of the division that ensures the proper operation of the casino that provides the revenue to the 517 fund. However, until such time that the division receives additional staff, the division will continue to prioritize its function to address the most critical functions first, to ensure that the integrity of the games are never compromised, and the individuals and entities employed or doing business with the casino, or persons or entities whose participation in the industry would not be inimical to the interest of gaming in the Virgin Islands. Mr. Chairman, I thank you for the opportunity to explain to you, members of your committee, and all of the senators present or listening, the functions of the Division of Gaming Enforcement, and I'm prepared to answer any questions that the members may have regarding the operation of the Division of Gaming Enforcement. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Director David. This is going to be fun this afternoon. So explain this to me. Let me make sure I understand. Chairman Pickering, are you of the position that we should not provide more resources from your budget to assist with the DGE?
We have made, certainly we would like for the DGE to have the requisite resources to perform their duties. We have suggested that the Casino Revenue Fund be reallocated from its current status, and 10% of the Casino Revenue Fund be allocated to DGE, which would support the hiring of the positions, to fill the positions that Director David has been consistently requesting.
Do you find the lack of the additional resources the DEG have to hamper any way of you doing your job or the Casino Commission functioning as it should?
Yes, absolutely. As Director David mentioned, currently he has a backlog of close to 400 investigations. You know, the commission had to, institute the issuance of statements of compliance so that to relieve the administrative burden on the commission from having to issue temporary licenses every 9 months or every 6 months, whatever the case might be. This is one way around it. However, the commission, since we cannot wait, we're looking to have, we're not looking to have, but people need to be employed. So they can't wait 2 or 3 years for an investigation to be completed before they start a job. So the commission issues, once they comply with submitting all the information for the application, and the commission finds it suitable, we issue a statement of compliance. The individual can begin working, or if it's a gaming or non-gaming related entity, they could begin procuring, providing services to the casinos. But certainly, since I've been here, we have, and before, the DGE has been requesting, additional resources to complete their to perform their duties. Yes.
And Ms. Director David, what's the maximum staff you've had since you've been in that job?
When we had one casino, I had about 3 staff besides myself. Now we have 2 casinos, I have 2.
Okay, so we're going in the opposite direction.
Yes, we are.
Okay. All right. I know I have a point of information, Senator Franklin Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I definitely want to go back to my line of questioning, because we all, I guess, have ideas that there are illegal internet gaming. Who is responsible for it? Mr. Chair, thank you. Who's responsible for investigating if there are illegal internet gaming and do the enforcement to make sure that these type of activities are not happening illegally in our territory, which we all believe there are some? Who's responsible?
Yeah, that would be the purview of the Department of Justice. I'm not sure, and Director David could speak to it if it is DGE or the criminal unit of the Department of Justice. You could speak to that.
Please. Yes, no problem. Basically, as Chairman said, that is under the general purview of the Department of Justice. Title 32 for 28 basically outlines what the Division of Gaming Enforcement is required to do. However, we're under the Department of Justice, and the Department of Justice can assign gaming enforcement to deal with other criminal matters if we have adequate staffing. Because we have done that in the past when we deal with, take for instance, there were some bars in Virgin Islands, they used to have these gaming machines. and we were assigned to go ahead and investigate and basically file cease or desist orders. So that was signed by the Attorney General or the Deputy Attorney General. It did not come from the Gaming Enforcement Division because that wasn't directly under our function. But however, since we are more knowledgeable, when I said we gaming enforcement, more knowledgeable with regard to gaming issues, the Attorney General would assign.
So you're saying to me, in layman terms, the Attorney General need to make an assignment for someone to do investigation on these illegal gaming that we believe we have?
If there's illegal gaming, that's a function of the Department
But how
of
do we
Justice.
find out if we don't investigate?
If an issue comes up to the Attorney General, they will conduct an investigation. They have a special investigation division within the Department of Justice to investigate illegal activities, and that would fall under the general purview of the Attorney General and who he or she assigns to do an investigation.
I think I figured out where we need to go. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson, for your question. Point of information, Senator Francis. You recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You alluded to the fact that, let me say good afternoon to everyone. You alluded to the fact that we're going to have some fun here this afternoon. And obviously, I was wondering why we have this budget testimony right before we have a budget hearing, which is scheduled for next week, Wednesday. But obviously, I see what's happening here in this space. And I just want to say that, in fact, that there is a bill proposal, an amendment that was sent in January 14, 2025 in regards to amend the distribution of the Casino Revenue Fund to be able to support and assist the Casino Commission. I wanted to ask you, Mr. Oliver, David, have you had a discussion with the AG in regards to additional personnel that you're required to be able to carry out the role and responsibility of the DGE?
Senator Francis, I have been having that discussion with every single AG that have been on board for the past 10, 15 years since when I have been involved, and with this AG, current AG, prior to the budget of the Department of Justice, we had that discussion, and he had that included in his budget presentation. So that is something that I have been asking for religiously.
And are you aware of the number of vacancies available to the Department of Justice at this time?
I am not sure exactly what the number of vacancies that they do have, but I always tell them, put in gaming enforcement. I know there are a lot of different divisions within the Department of Justice. And the criminal division, you have the solicitor, and I think you were there when he presented his testimony, and he talked about it with regard to every single division of the Department of Justice. All I've been asking is, hey, don't forget gaming enforcement. So whatever you do, plug me in there.
Okay. I just want to, as the chair of the Budget Appropriations and Finance Committee, is that we have the responsibility of looking at the wide picture. Whether or not we're going to decide to fund the hospital and the emergency room or fund the Casino Commission, whether or not we're going to fund the crime and criminal justice system or allow for additional funding again to the Casino Commission. I think that the requests that have been made here for the deduction is a fair, and that is going through the process. We're still awaiting legal counsel. I already made that commitment to the Casino Commission in respect to moving this forward. But there's no way that we're going to be strong-armed in being able to make this happen, and it's going to happen overnight. You know, there is a process, and I think that the process is being run. And, you know, we are hoping for the next week when we come again to make the case where we need to prioritize making sure that we're supporting this if we're talking about building additional revenues. However, obviously there's this preface thing today, this hearing today, as a means of I'm not sure what, but, you know, I sit here and I'm just in a quagmire in terms of what we're trying to achieve at this time, you know, rather than working collectively as a body to make sure that we're supporting all of the necessary entities to be able to address what we're seeing as a financial backlog of the government of the Virgin Islands. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time and opportunity.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. Act number 6419. This act specifically speaks to internet gaming. What is the current disposition of that. We were not doing any type of internet gaming legally in the Virgin Islands.
No current activity with internet gaming and gambling. No current legal activity.
Okay.
That is why one of the reasons, as I stated in the testimony, the law has been on the book since 2001. The landscape has changed tremendously from 2001 over the past 24 years. So this is why we enlisted the services of these two globally known entities to review the statutes and the regulations and to make recommendations to us, and also working hand in hand with that to do a marketing or economic impact study as to what revenues could be expected once this is implemented.
Okay, thank you. The chair recognizes Senator Marvin Blyden for his 6 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues. Good afternoon, Chairman and Chief CEO Pickering.
Good afternoon.
And also good afternoon to Assistant Attorney General David, and thank you so much for that most comprehensive budget testimony. Got about the budget testimony. And it's supposed to be coming Wednesday, and as a coach, I really don't appreciate that neither. But nonetheless, I'm not going to ask any budget questions today. I'll wait till Wednesday until you come. I'm going to dive into the question that's on the table that we just stated. Yes, we all know that it's illegal gaming going on around here. So I'm going to get to. We all know there's illegal gaming around here. I keep it real, 100%, every time. And I want to dive into that and ask about the process. Okay, we know. How does that process work? If we know that it's illegal gaming around here, how does that process work? I'm going to go straight to the enforcement arm in terms of the gaming enforcement. How does that work? When a complaint comes in, how does that work? Let's talk about that.
A complaint with regard to what? What type of complaint are you talking about?
Illegal gaming.
Senator.
Illegal betting.
Wait. Sorry, go ahead.
We cannot talk at the same time.
I'm sorry.
The statement was put on the record that we all know that illegal gaming happening around here. If there's a complaint that comes in, what's the next step? How does that work? That's what I'm asking.
Senator, let me just say that, as I indicated, Title 32, Section 428 outlines.
Be specific. I don't need to go into all.
No, I'm just trying to tell you what it is that the gaming enforcement is tasked with doing. So if a complaint, if illegal gaming comes in, that won't automatically come to the Gaming Enforcement Division. Basically, if a complaint comes to the commission and the commission sends the complaint to Gaming Enforcement to investigate, that's what we do, because we are the investigation and enforcement arm of the Casino Control Commission. Something with regard to illegal gaming, more than likely that won't come to the commission. So if it don't come to the commission, it won't be sent to the Gaming Enforcement Division by the commission. So something of that is just a general violation of Virgin Islands law that would be on the general purview of the Department of Justice.
Okay. Do we need to amend the law to make it more effective and more transparent? And do you feel we need to amend the law that can assist in getting to those cases? Because how many backlog do we have? How many cases do we have in terms of backlog?
Backlog in terms of, I indicate the backlogs I have with regard to investigation, probity investigation of licensed applicants. That's what I talked about.
You said we have 115 new investigations, correct?
Yes.
And we have 390 investigation on file as open, correct?
Yep.
So how can we string those numbers in terms of moving forward?
Senator, let me try to clarify. These investigations that we have, that's property investigation for licensed applicants. That's what it is. It's not complaints with regard to any other type of activity. We could streamline that if we have additional staff so that they could do the background investigation, so we could reduce the backlog. So that's what I'm dealing with regard to that.
Okay. Let's go back to the illegal gaming. I want to stay there. Okay. Again, in terms of the illegal gaming, how can we move forward in terms of making inroads in that space, in your opinion?
In my opinion, I think there have to be a discussion with the Attorney General and see exactly the resources that can be allocated to that based on the Criminal Investigation Division within the Department of Justice. That's a discussion, and then he'll be able to let you know exactly how best he'll plan to address that, from my opinion.
And I know that Mr. Chair spoke to Spectrum, the audit at Spectrum. How much did we pay for that audit?
The audit was paid by the licensee.
Oh, that's usually paid by the licensee?
Yep. We asked them to pay for the audit, yes.
Okay, that's good. That's good to know. Again, I really don't want to go into budget question because that's for next week, Wednesday. I really am not going to go there. But I just want to talk about the operations in respect to what you do and why you're asking for additional staff to actually assure that those individuals who are doing illegal gaming are held accountable. If you say for instance, you get to on board the 3 additional staff, that's the ask. How much would it cost for the staff in number 1, and how many additional revenues would you say you can garner by doing such, to see if it makes sense in that respect?
But the revenue, the commission is the entity that could deal with the revenue aspect of it. What I can do is expedite the investigation process and provide our report to the commission.
Time.
Pickering, in terms of the revenue, in respect to those 3 additional individuals, what are we looking at?
Yeah, it's not going to impact the revenue per se. What it's going to do is to speed up the investigative process of legal applicants, people coming through the system legally, okay, and applying the way that they should be applying. So that is what's going to improve the speed at which the DGE can deliver those investigative reports to the commission.
But question though, those individuals that are operating illegally, won't we be receiving revenue as a result of those individuals coming online?
Well, we're hoping that once we get the internet gaming and gambling provisions going, that we would be able to bring some of those illegal activities out of the shadows, and they apply properly to the commission for licensure. That's our hope. That is why we are embarking on this endeavor.
Very well. Understood. Thank you for your responses, and see you Wednesday, guys, within. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Point of information, Senator Maurice James, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands, in and outside
Good afternoon.
this room. I think we need to clarify your testimony. I think that's the problem that we have in here. When you spoke, and I'm doing this to help all of us in here because I realize, just like Senator Blyden, I was a little confused with what's happening. The licensing investigation that you have a backlog of 390 investigation files open. Those have to do with the 5 categories of licensure that you have above.
Yes.
Okay, if you have, let's use one, casino key employee.
All right.
What I would have loved for you to, if through the chair, I think we need to have a breakdown of the number in each category, because that would help. But let me ask just one.
All right.
Casino key employee. If you have 10 in that category, are you saying that there are 10 people out there waiting to be employed by the casino, or to be renewed, or to be explained? Because I think that's where some of the confusion is. Because if if you're doing a due diligence investigation on those, what is it that you're doing for them to renew and be employed, or what is it? That's the question.
Okay. Basically, once someone files an application with the commission sends the application to give an enforcement for investigation. The person gets a work permit in the interim. So they could start working, or they get a statement of compliance, they could start working. But we have to do the investigation so that they could get their license. They won't have a license until the investigation is complete. And when you talk about the casino key employees, the reason why we have this backlog of different categories, we prioritize. Because someone with a key employee license, that's a supervisor. So someone, take for instance, you have a hotel employee. That might be someone at the bottom of the list. The application might be there in the file, waiting to be investigated. But if we get a casino key employee license, original or renewal, that license takes precedent or takes priority over a casino hotel employee because they're supervisory employees that make discretionary decisions. So we figure it's important that we figure out who that person is, whether that person should get a license. So that's why we have this situation. So we don't have the staff to do all the license in the investigation in a timely manner. So basically we keep jumping here and there.
So the work permit leads to a license?
The work permit, it could lead to a license. They'll be working in the meantime.
Mr. Chair, I'm just trying to find out. I can have a work permit for a long, long time then.
Okay.
Is that what we're dealing with this backlog?
If I may.
Sure.
Senator, once and you are correct, and I think I alluded to it earlier, that we develop a process that we don't have people waiting to be employed, and the casino licensees waiting for these people to provide the service. So we developed a system. Once the application is complete, everything that's required is submitted. We sent it out. We sent it off to. We submitted to DGE. We issue a statement of compliance, which indicates that they have complied with the requirements of the application. So we would issue the work permit. The work permit is done annually, as a matter of fact. It's renewed every year, even though the license may last for a longer period of time. But no one is out there waiting to be employed. The casino licensee is not waiting to have these services be provided. So we developed that system, that process.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I think we really need to explain. Mr. Chair, just one more. Just one more along the same line. When it comes to my turn, I think I need a lot more minutes to explore this. Because if the work permit does it, then to me, you have totally displaced the need for this investigation that goes on forever. But anyway, they'll explain to me later.
No. Okay. That point of information, Senator Franklin Johnson.
Thank you very much. My point was back in relation to something Director Mr. Pickering said. You said that once you have the provision, if I'm right, that's what you said, for internet gaming, then you can proceed. Who is delaying these provisions?
The statutes are 24 years old. The internet gaming landscape is not the same as it was in 2001. So we meaning the commission,
okay,
engaged these two global entities to review the statutes and the regs and to make recommendations to us. And then the other entity is I did a marketing impact. So once the summit is completed and we hear from the various stakeholders, we're going to submit those recommendations to the legislature to amend the statute so that we can move forward.
Okay. All right. I'm just trying to understand this.
Yeah.
Thanks for that clarification.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Senator Franklin Johnson. I just wanted to clarify something. The provisions that you're making to initiate the work permit without any type of background check, investigative check. Isn't that a violation?
No.
It's a provisional.
No, we did not say.
Hang on 1 second. Let me finish up. Is it a provisional permit you're giving these individuals to use until a full investigation is done?
I guess you could, make that analogy. Yes.
That's what
Yes.
your testimony.
Yes.
Because that's what's been stumping me. I don't understand that.
No, you don't want to. You do not want to eliminate the background investigation. As a matter of fact, if it's a local resident, we go through. Part of the submission of the application would be to include a local police check, background check, and then DGE. Once they go through that process, will do the national NCIC review. But you don't ever want to bypass. The commission has the power to revoke a license as well. So if we issue a license and something derogatory shows up in the report, then we could revoke the license.
So it's a provisional license.
So to speak.
See, okay. So
yes.
Now we're getting clarity because.
If I may add something to that, Senator.
Yes.
Yes. Basically, once we get the application, what we try to do is ensure that the person that is going to be working there is someone that does not have a negative, but someone that might be arrested, have a criminal record. And if someone, take for instance, we might have someone that's from the state side. Person gives an application, the person says, "Well, I've never been arrested." We get the NCIC report, and it shows that the person had 5, 6, 7 arrests. So at that point in time, automatically we work on that application, regardless of when it comes in, to ensure that that person who should not be licensed based on the code, we file a complaint with the commission to revoke the work permit because of the arrest record.
We'll get some more questions on that. The chair recognizes Senator Angel Borges for his 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to the leadership team of the Casino Control Commission. I think we're having a revolving conversation here because the question is, how is the Division of Gaming Enforcement involved in detecting or investigating unlicensed internet gaming activities? Because you should have the specific technological tools or partnerships, whether it's geofencing or IP or vendor software detection, to be able, that are required to actually monitor legal online gaming and technically illegal online gaming. So what partnership or what software detection do you have currently? What do you utilize to actually monitor illegal gambling in the Virgin Islands? I would venture to say that you have none. Am I correct?
I would say that you are correct. But let me make this point, though. The whole industry, wherever jurisdiction you are, grapples with illegal gaming activity. That's a fact. That's a nature, of this industry. The DGE or Department of Justice, lacks the resources to properly monitor the illegal gaming activity.
And if I may interject, respectfully, of course, I think that's where we really need to start. I think that we need to invest in that detection software so we can definitely try to monitor these unlicensed activities. This body recently in the past legislature passed, can't recall the exact act number right now, but what we did was we were trying to grasp on the illegal activity when it comes to paper-based lottery. I cannot recall the act right now, but it's somewhere along the same lines of what you're trying to do, but in the electronic virtual zone.
But we don't want, if I may,
yes.
Senator, we don't want to put the cart before the horse here. We currently do not have legal internet gaming and gambling operating. We have no licensees.
And that's
we
where
need
you
to get that first.
And that's where you want to
Yes.
get the revisions
Yes.
to 32 VIC
Yes.
section 601.
Correct.
601.
Correct.
Noted.
With
I
that,
understand.
with that, it's hopeful that those that are, as we like to say, operating in the shadows would have an opportunity to come in and be properly licensed.
Well, we
Yeah.
know that there's millions of dollars that we have lost historically in the paper side of it, and I can only imagine what we're losing on the other side of internet gaming.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, I would venture to even say it's more than what we lost on the paper side because it's more accessible, it's more easy to be a part of than buying an actual paper lottery, etc. What I wanted to ask is about your backlog of investigations as well. There were 390 of them. What delays are we experiencing for that backlog exactly? What are the main delays for that 390?
I could talk to that. Basically, when we receive the application, as I indicated, I outline what we normally do with regard to the investigation. If you don't have someone to do it, then it's not going to get done. Because the same staff that I have is the same one that is being called to the casino to check on the machines. So if you start an investigation and you get a call to deal with the machine, you stop that investigation, you address the issue with the machine. If you get a complaint from the commission with regard to a patron complaint, that's the same two individuals that I have, stop that investigation, deal with that. Because I have prioritized addressing the gaming machines issues with regard to anything else. So because it's the machines that provide the revenue. So if I have two individuals and I say, okay, you're going to be there, you might be there 2-3 days a week. So that prevents the investigation that he was doing. At the same time, we get new applications from the commission. Because one thing I could say at the DV Hotel, there's a high rate of turnover. So we get an application now in 2-3 months, or 2-3 weeks sometimes, that person leaves. So we start the investigation, it's not completed. Then we get a new application. So that piles up, and that's the reason why.
And in 2024, you had 115,
yes,
is what I saw in the testimony.
115 new applications that are there.
1 minute.
Something else that jumped out at me was in 2024, you had 690 total licenses, and then in 2025, it went down to 432. Could you
Thus
explain?
far in fiscal 25. Not the whole of 2025, thus far.
Okay, do you see?
And that's why we said that based on those numbers, we will exceed the 690.
Are you on track to exceed?
Yes.
Okay,
30
and that's a lot of new businesses coming online, or just reoccurring?
Yeah, or renewal of licenses, initial licenses, renewals, etc.
And what are you doing to attract more licensures, more new businesses to the territory in that space?
That's not the purview of the commission. If an entity is coming to work with the casino licensees, they have to come through the commission to be licensed or exempted.
Time.
Okay, so you do, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you don't try to attract any new businesses, you just sort of sit in a holding pattern until someone comes to the commission and inquires about potentially getting licensure? Is that how it works on your side?
To a certain extent, yes. We don't go out and promote new businesses that we have to come back and regulate. That's a conflict of interest.
Okay, very well.
That is somebody else's purview.
Noted, noted. Okay, thank you for the clarity and thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Angel Bocas. The chair recognizes Senator Maurice James for your line of questioning. 6 minutes.
Thank you, sir. I still think you need to clarify.
Okay, go ahead.
And I'm going to tell you why. The colleague before me said to you about the 390 investigations.
Yes.
That specifically has to do with licensure, not enforcement. Two different things, correct?
Yeah, licensure, yes.
Okay, licensure is 390 files backlog.
Yeah.
Okay. That means that there are people we really don't know much about beyond a work permit that you decided to give them. And that's my issue. And then the National Crime Information Center, because I know people out there heard you say NCIC, they're computerized, correct? I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to help you right now.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because you have 390 people out there that we need to know are legal in terms of having a license. That's why we give people a license. They have to pass through. So what's the process? What do you need in your office? I mean, is it like legal assistance that you need? Or inspectors? Or, you understand what I'm trying to figure out? Let's get rid of this 390 backlog and 115 new investigations.
Yes. Okay.
Attorney Oliver, we need to get rid of that backlog.
I have been trying, Senator. I have been trying. No,
tell me how are we going to get rid of this?
Because the only way you can get rid of this is to have people to do the investigation. Because the NCIC is
how many people you need to do?
I ask for 1 administrative assistant and 2 investigators.
And that would reduce this backlog?
Significantly. Significantly. Because take, for instance, with regard to the motion testing, as I have indicated, if I have 1 staff that is dedicated towards that motion testing, we could deal with that area. If we have 2 individuals that are dealing strictly with investigations, they don't have to go to the casino to deal with any motion testing. That would go down tremendously. When a couple of years ago, we had an additional person that was that we had on staff, and we had much more, because that person was dealing with investigations. When the person left, our office, when I said our office, main justice took a long time to replace that person, and OMB or whoever it is took the position away. So all of what that person was doing, basically it stayed static. So if we have that individuals, we're going to reduce that backlog. But let me just say, we have renewals. Because
some are renewals.
Some are renewals.
Let me ask you quick too. If you said something about a high turnover.
Yes.
Right? So then are those people removed, those investigations? They say
yes.
They're removed.
Yeah, we call this closed investigation.
Right. So then that's, okay, that doesn't help me really because you still have 390.
Yes, yeah, we do. Because that is what we get from the commission.
Wow.
Once the commission sends it, because, like sometimes you might get, like say 40 applications, 30 applications that comes, and then we have to process it. When I said process, we have to scan everything, create an electronic file, create a hard copy file. And that's the same individuals, the 2 individuals that's doing all of that. And then the process, if you listen to what I said, what we have to do for an investigation, you have to get the person's prior work history. We have educational information.
I heard all of that, right. But like my colleague from St. John really emphasizes the use of technology. And he's right about that in a sense that can't technology help you speed things up regarding these
investigations? But someone still have to operate the stuff. We still have to request it. We still have to have someone to... No, we do have technology. We use the technology the best way we can.
Yeah.
But if we get a pile of applications, somebody still have to feed the computer and then process it. You cannot just do it through osmosis. Someone has to be there to do that. That's
Let me
what I'm
ask
talking
this
about.
too. So 390 plus 115, that's 390 and 115, add it up for me.
That's... Don't
add it up like that.
No, the 390, that would probably include some of the 115 new ones that we opened.
Oh, yes. Okay. But it still means that 390
is there,
people?
Yes.
For 2 casinos on the island of St. Croix?
Yes. Because some of the folks go...
wow.
That's what we have. That's the people that are currently employed. I don't know if the commission has the number of folks that are currently employed. And
I just stated it.
You wanted to say something, Mr. Pickering?
Yes.
Go ahead, Director.
I don't want the public to be left with the impression that we have 390 people that we don't know who they are. A lot of those 390 are renewals of licenses.
Thank you, Mr. Pickering. But
so we have to
let me interrupt you on that one and say this to you. You don't know who they are at this moment in time.
No, that's
I could
incorrect.
have given you a license last year, and since last year, you could have been in a DUI or something else. That's the thing. So there, I'm happy you're trusting our people. I don't mind that, you know. But at the end of the day, can I trust this process is the question. That's the question.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you know, stuff happens. You know, we understand that. But, you know, to say that we have 390 people that we don't know who they are, that is not factually correct.
I understand.
Senator, if I may clarify something with regard to, if somebody gets a license and the person have the license for 2 years, the person have that license for 2 years. If whatever the person might have done within that 2-year period, until such time that they reapply, they renew their license, we won't be doing an investigation. So
That's true.
For 2 years, they're there.
That's true.
So once we get once we get an application, we go full speed ahead to say exactly what it is about that particular person, so that if something is wrong, then we inform the commission, and that person, the permit might be taken away, the person might lose the license. So once they get the license, that means the person is clean. So for the length of time, 2 or 4 years, they're there.
Right.
But it's the new applications and the renewal.
Unless a violation is filed against them.
Unless a violation is filed, or if we see something, well, one of the things that we do, we look at the commercial reporter. And if we see the person's name out there, then that triggers something.
Let me ask this question to the chairman. Okay, this is my question. I was on St. John this past weekend, and I was walking through, going to a restaurant with a friend of mine to eat. And I believe I saw slot machines in a building on the island of St. John. How you're nodding? Is that true?
It's true.
Is that legal?
Well, we get into the argument of whether a VLT is a slot machine or a VLT, but they are more likely VLTs, which are legal in the St. Thomas St. John district.
They looked exactly like the slot machines on the island of St. Croix. They don't look any different. So
I would not dispute that.
You will not?
No. And there are several district court cases, you know, where that argument was made. And, you know, I won't get into all the details there, but, you know, sometimes it's a VLT, sometimes it's a slot machine.
Chair, no, let's not do that here. Well, let me ask you your position then, Chairman Pickering, CEO. Do you think then we should just go ahead and expand slot machines and casinos over to the island of St. Thomas, St. John? What is your position? Because has this piece of legislation that was created done what it was supposed to do for the island of St. Croix? And if not, should we then not try to get more money, since it seems as if money is where it's being made on St. John, St. Thomas, get some of that money into the coffers of the Virgin Islands?
As long as they're under the purview of the Casino Control Commission.
Well, they would be if they're slot machines.
There
correct?
you go. All right.
Did my time run out? Not yet? Okay. So, yes? No?
1 minute.
Okay. Isn't there that expression, a rose by any other name is still a rose, right? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. That I passed by and I looked in and I said, that looks like a slot machine to me. But
this was in St. John?
On St. John, on the island of not St. Thomas, on the island of St. John. I do agree with you that there needs to be a reallocation of, you know, especially when it's whenever there's a department, agency, entity that comes in front of us and it's generating revenues, but then the revenues are not helping the operation of that, you know, it's being siphoned off, then we do need to consider how to make you more effective. But like my colleague, it comes down to, and I will keep pushing this, for me right now, The hospitals are number one. Thank you for answering me. I probably will follow up, Attorney David. Thank you, Ms. Chair. Thank you. I appreciate it.
If you get the chance, we could meet one-on-one. Sorry, meet one-on-one. You could take the office and show you everything.
Thank you very much, Senator James. We're learning a lot today. And I know for the people who are watching, one of the biggest controversies you might have heard when it came to the Casino Commission and the VI lottery was who has control over what district and what type of gambling mechanism could be used. VLTs are not allowed in the St. Croix district, but they are allowed in the St. Thomas St. John district. Slot machines are allowed in the St. Croix district. They're not allowed in the St. Thomas St. John district because of the regulatory arm being the Casino Commission. One gentleman asked me in St. Thomas, said, well, why can't you guys utilize a VLT and just go straight to the VI lottery office and try to get them licensed that way? I said, well, it doesn't work that way. Yeah, there was a provision made in the law that separated the two districts as in terms of what type of gambling devices they could offer. So the senator just asked the same question, you know, what's preventing us from now modifying the law? We have the data now to show us, you know, what's going on in terms of these machines. We seem to have a problem attracting more casinos to St. Croix, but there's revenues to be had here. What's preventing us from trying to make some more money? Yes.
Yeah, that's in your wheelhouse. Right?
Well, that's. I just want to put the question out there.
Yeah.
All right. The chair recognizes Senator Francis, Norvalee Francis Jr., for his 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. What's preventing us is knowing your responsibility and the political will. I can't wait to see the day that we have one gaming regulatory responsibility. Count my vote as yes. The political will. When you're ready to have that conversation, see me. Until then, we'll continue to chase the chickens. Commissioners, I want to thank you, first of all, and say congratulations and thank you for recognizing back our youth and the obvious mistake that was made and that we have given a check to Gary Malloy in the amount of $385,956.64 for the JAG program. We have put a lot of youth to work for some employment, and we appreciate it. So I want to say thank you on behalf of the body for that. I wanted to ask you, though, in terms of internet gaming, do you have any in the pipeline now that you're considering?
No, the way the law is currently structured, there are provisions for 2 master service providers, 1 for each district. Anyone that wants to engage in internet gaming has to come through those 2 master service providers who are to be licensed by the Commission. We currently do not have any master service providers licensed.
So the answer is no in that area.
Yes,
what about casinos? Any new casino in the pipeline?
Not to my knowledge. There's been talk from time to time, but not to my knowledge.
You're not currently investigating or have an application before you in consideration of a new casino in the Virgin Islands?
No,
in St. Croix?
No, sir.
St. Croix, that is, yes. So we had the conversation in respect to the DGE and the need for, and let me say that I'm very much in support of making sure that we have additional personnel there. We do have an amendment that we're working on. I was hoping that we could just move the amendment. However, my colleagues would prefer for this to go through the committee process, so that is something that's under consideration so that we could get that moving. But we're saying that at least 2 investigators and 1 administrative person would help to move this along.
Definitely.
You know that just recently when the DOG came before us, we didn't have any additional position made available for the DGE there. The Department of Justice didn't feel the need for that at that time. So what we're asking for is the reduction of allotments to the various entities that gets it. Agriculture, Department of Education, Department of Health, Sports Park and Recreation, VIPD, and the Virgin Islands Hospital and Health Facilities, and of course the VI Alliance for Responsible Gaming, which is only getting 1% already. So we certainly can reduce that by 1 or 2%. So as a result of the DOJ not requesting additional personnel, we're saying that these agencies should take a hit. Correct. Go ahead.
You know, if I may, Senator Francis, those agencies that you just mentioned will still be, under our suggested recommendations, to include the 10% for DGE and the 10% for labor. They would still have a share in the allocation of that 75%.
They will have a share, however, you're asking that it be reduced.
It will be somewhat reduced.
So reduced by 1 or 2% is what was suggested.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Right.
Yeah. So that's what I alluded to. But I'm saying that in the absence of that, if DOJ had really just requested and maybe, and let me ask you, obviously there are several special agents and investigators over at the Department of Justice. Is there an opportunity for them to support and assist you in being able to conduct these background investigations and getting the work done so that we could continue to reduce the backlog that you're seeing with those applications?
Senator, I do not, because they are asking for additional special agent because their number have shrunk quite a bit. So I think they have 1 or 2. So basically, if they're doing the cut run and all of this type of stuff, I do not believe they have that manpower to send someone over to DGE.
And everybody's asking. That's what I'm saying. We have to have collateral duty, though. Everybody's asking for additional personnel. We don't have the capacity. We don't have the funding. And we certainly don't have the resources to fund everybody. So what happened to collateral duties?
Let me just, if I may, with regard to when you said the Attorney General did not ask for DGE, he made the point requesting it. I think it's a general request for additional staff for justice. And I think for each one of the divisions within justice, my recollection is that he specifically talked about the lack of staff, what they had before, what they need.
30 seconds.
How many, like take for instance, you have the criminal division, talk about the civil division, the solicitors division, and DG. So he requested, and it has been requested over and over again, because I know I have been requesting it for a long time. And a lot of attorney generals have requested it. I met with Commissioner Pickering. We sent a letter. We had a meeting. A letter was sent over to the governor requesting that 10%. So it's something that has been ongoing. And as I indicated to Senator Frederick, we had more, it wasn't adequate then, but we had more employees in DGE when we had 1 casino. Now we have 2 casinos, we have less.
Well, so I've been hearing for the last 10 years. So I'm hoping that we could really fulfill that, give you the additional personnel, and then hold you accountable to make sure that we're addressing the backlogs.
Definitely. If you give me these 2 investigators and 1 administrative assistant, you can hold me accountable to reduce that backlog substantially.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you. So just to wrap up, though, Chairman Pickering, what is your ask today before this committee? What is your ask? What is it that you're looking forward to? What is the satisfaction that you're seeking for today's hearing in respect to your presence here today?
Yeah, there was no specific ask of this committee, but of the legislature, as a whole. And I must say, Senator Francis, is that you and other members previously, have supported the commission in its quest for funding, and it is certainly appreciated. But today we were asked to come before this committee to provide certain testimony on the operations of the commission. When I come before you next week, that would be the ask.
I look forward to that. As a matter of fact, there are 4 members in this committee today. I'm not a member of this committee, but there are 4 members as part of the financial, part of the Budget Appropriations and Finance Committee. So you're halfway there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. Yes, you'll be at home again.
Okay.
I want to touch bases again. Another issue in your testimony, CEO Pickering. You talked about not receiving any revenues whatsoever from the horse racing casino fund since 2016. Talk to us about we've made no money on horse racing at all.
No,
since the 2 providers, Traxco and VIGL.
No, VIGL never operated a casino. It was Traxco. And since
they never paid.
Yes, they paid. But no,
your testimony say I didn't receive any revenues.
Yes, we have not since 2016. So they were not operating after 2016. Therefore, they could not generate any revenue.
Okay. I see. So, and what was that number like back then?
I can't remember exactly.
Just a rough idea.
In 2014, 15, 16. In 2014, Traxco generated 4.2 million.
Wow.
In 2015, 3.7 million. And it was abbreviated in 2016. It was down to 2.1 million.
Okay, yeah, we've got to get horse racing back to St. Croix. That
Absolutely.
is substantial revenues that we're missing out on. We need to find some money. My colleagues and I and everyone needs to dig in and get this going because it was definitely profitable. All right, let's move to the next senator. The chair recognizes Senator Franklin Johnson for his 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to testifiers.
Good afternoon.
I still have a lot of interest in this internet gaming, and I'm going to stick on this because we can't keep laying money just fall through. And you said something again. I listen very well. Once these provisions are put in place, would it be possible that once we've investigated and find that there are internet gaming going on, do we not penalize and go back forward to see how much money they have made and not paid into the system?
I'm not sure about that, Senator Johnson.
But slow up. If we do this investigation, all the provision, everything is in place, and you now go and investigate, and you find that this particular business is operating internet gaming. All of these things are computerized. All the information are there. Why do we not go for our money that's been ripped off from us?
In a perfect world, I guess that could happen. In a perfect world, I just don't see it. We don't know who they are. We're saying that once this internet gaming, gambling, once we have the right framework, the right structure, it's up to date. We have people coming and applying through the master service providers. Everybody is legal. Then revenues could be generated. Going back to, I don't know who is operating illegally right now.
How many years can you go back for me if I owe you tax?
That's a different hat I was wearing.
That's all I'm saying here. Because if someone is not...
With tax is 3 years.
Well, then we need to find a way to go back 3 years.
Unless you're evading in 6.
Then we need to find a way to go back 3 years and get our money that they've been ripping us off for. Because if I owe you tax, you have up to 3 years to go back and get. Now, you're telling me we put all of these provisions in place and we have the investigation going on and we find businesses that have been operating illegally. And because all of these internet gaming are there on the computer, they can't erase it on the system. You could go back and see how much money they made for the past 3 years. We need to get our fair share. We continue saying that this government is strapped for cash, but there are ways people are just evading us from us getting what's our fair share. Everybody wants a raise, including the governor. So we need to find ways to do it. You spoke about these master server. I know that we don't have nothing in place here, but there's anybody with interest?
The master, actually, the master service providers are named in the law.
Okay.
That, you know, highly unusual, but that's what it is. They are actually named in the law.
So then this process should go pretty fast once the
infrastructure is built. Yes, you know,
what time frame we talking about?
Oh, that's a good question. I'm not sure, but hopefully within a year after enactment.
Okay. That sounds a little enlightenment so that my colleague here could find some ways to fix that budget and patch up all of those holes. But on a serious note, how long does it typically take to process a new and renewal application?
What type? Which category?
Well, you've been speaking about some categories with my colleague.
Yeah. Okay.
In relations to all of these backlog.
Right. Okay. Let me say, if we have take for instance, we have a CKE, that's a casino key employee license.
Okay.
Casino key employee license that could be done. Sorry. Casino key employee license. All things being equal, that could be done in about 6 months. Okay. But the fact is that, again, it goes back to the staffing level. And because I am the one that's doing the casino key employee investigation, gaming and non-gaming. So all of this fall under my purview. I'm the one that also supervising the other categories like the casino service entity. Sorry, I said that's under my purview. The casino key employee license would be either one of my two staff. So then we could go through that in about 6 months and have one completed or 2, 3 completed. So it's a matter of pushing through things, and if they don't have to do all the preliminary like scanning, filing, organizing, and just focus on doing that, it could go rather quickly. And I'm trying to streamline the process right now for the casino hotel employee license, so that it could be streamlined, and I'm trying to get that done in about 30 days or so.
All right, thank you. And then to the commission, you spoke about this 10% that you're willing to assist to give. Have you looked at where the percentage is going to come out from? Who? Like who's going to lose 1? Who's going to lose 2? Is that in your proposal?
Yes, we have. And we've submitted that to Senator Francis.
So, okay, well, then you guys will have a better day later on in the week. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Franklin Johnson. I wanted to ask about the statement of compliance. Given the fact that we're giving out provisional licenses, is it really a certificate of compliance if we haven't done the thorough investigation?
Yes, they have complied with what is required to be submitted with the application.
Okay.
So that's therefore, or hence, the statement of compliance. They have complied with what's required, the information to be submitted with the application.
When you receive the actual certificate, is it that's issued? What do you have?
Yeah, we issue a statement of compliance to the license, to the licensee.
So then anything that pops up thereafter,
yeah,
because of the investigation now, they're going to argue that I was in compliance.
Yeah, the commission has the power to revoke if we found them not to be.
Yeah, but that's after the fact.
Yes, it is.
You know, so I'm just saying, if I went to court, I'm going to be upset. I'm like, hey, judge, look, you know, I was in full compliance when I did what I did, and then, you know, the argument is going to be, yeah, but we revoked it afterwards.
Yeah, that's a legal question. I'll punt to our legal counsel or the other attorney here.
Yeah, how do I get through that one?
Good afternoon. Kelvin Vidal, Legal Counsel, Virgin Islands Casino Control Commission. The statement of compliance outlines that the Commission has the power to suspend or revoke that statement of compliance, which can only last for up to a year. And so, again, within that time, the hope is that the investigation by the DGE, the Division of Gaming Enforcement, would have concluded. And so if during that 1 year that the applicant or prospective licensee has been issued a statement of compliance and it's been discovered that there's something derogatory or negative in that application, the Commission may suspend or revoke that statement of compliance. And again, that language that the Commission has the authority to do just that is spelled out in the statement of compliance.
If I may just add on that.
Yes, Director David.
Even someone have received a license and we have done the background investigation and the statement of compliance now becomes a license because they have submitted the application, they completed the application. DGE has conducted the investigation, make a recommendation to the Commission issues a license. Something comes up after, we file a motion to have the license revoked. So if they do something wrong, even during the time that they have a license, it can be revoked. So the statement of compliance is some comfort, but it could be, as Attorney Vidal indicated, it can be revoked, and their license can also be revoked, even if they've received a license from the Commission.
Yeah, it's definitely, it's provisional in nature. That's what you're saying. Okay, and this is important because I've had someone who mentioned that they were fully in compliant, and I know they couldn't have been, but they said they were. And now that you're explaining it to me, I understand what's going on. Thank you very much for that. The chair recognizes Senator Alma Francis Heiliger for her 6 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon once again to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the territory. Good afternoon to the testifier.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to be honest with you. I am sitting here. I was smiling ear to ear because I didn't know if to keel over out of my chair or to just keep with this huge smile. I was hearing so much support from my colleagues for us getting to the point of opening casinos throughout the entire territory. One of the things that we have to pay attention to is, what's happening nationally when it comes to the federal government. And as you know, many, if not all of our agencies in the territory do get some sort of federal funds. So we have to start revamping some of our laws and tapping into laws that we could tweak to make sure that we are starting to rely on ourselves to bring more revenues into our territory. And as I sat here, I heard from 3 of my St. Croix counterparts, my colleagues, basically in support and questioning, is it time? Because if you guys remember, you said you're celebrating 30 years of the Casino Control Commission serving the public, but specifically in St. Croix, because how the law is written, only the District of St. Croix can have casinos. And we all know 30 years ago why that law was created. It was crafted that particular way because it was the belief at that time that it could help bring hotels to the island of St. Croix. And it was isolated at that time to just have the casinos there. 30 years later, with data, with information, we clearly see that is not the case. And if it was to help with tourists to come and stay in these hotels. But I looked at the Bureau of Economic Research, and I was looking at the numbers for the tourists coming in last year, especially the overnight stays. And the overnight stays specifically for the District of St. Thomas, St. John was interesting. They had about well over 1 million. And that was specifically, they did 22 to 24. This is looking directly at the Bureau of Economic Research. And they had for the District of St. Croix to their information, I think it was about 100,000. And my argument is this. If we've collected the data, the Bureau of Economic Research is saying we are still 30 years later, the majority of the tourists that this bill and this law was catered to is in the district of St. Thomas, St. John, and we need revenues. Why do we not open this law to now allow it to go into the district where the people that we were targeting to are actually going to? And, you know, I heard one of my colleagues say that political will is, you know, well, I smiled because that political will existed with me the minute I got elected. And I already submitted that entire update to the law. I am just sitting around waiting to get it back on blue copy. So it is my goal and intention to actually open that law, because when it comes to collecting revenues, that is what we need to do. I went as far as to try to, in the legislation, which I turned in full, because I've learned when I turn in my stuff basically almost completed, it speeds through a little bit of the process in legal counsel, and it doesn't take as long to get back to me unless I have major changes. One of the things I'm looking at the revenues, I know I had it split. I think I had 50% of the revenues to go to the hospitals, because whatever we do here in the territory, we have to start thinking about our people's health and their wellness. And if this is another resource that we could potentially get monies from, and I could target, or we as a body could target the money to go to specific areas to guarantee that services are rendered to the people of this territory, that is what I'm going to do. And that is how I've crafted this legislation. So the political will is there. But what I will tell you, I hope the political will of my colleagues is there so that they could also sign on and be serious about potentially tapping into this potential revenue. I know you guys also sat there and said, well, the Casino Control Commission is limited to St. Croix. I included that as well to expand it to the entire territory. So you guys might actually, if it does pass, you might actually need more employees, because we have to stop in a territory where we clearly see what's happening around us. We have to start looking at every single corner, looking at every nickel and dime, every penny that we as representatives could find and hold on to help run this territory. So I welcome this conversation today, because it actually is helping me in case I have to make any tweaks to the legislation. But trust me, I am bringing it. 30 years have already passed. We see the data. And if this is a source of revenue to help the entire territory, that is what I'm supporting. And I think how I initially had it as well for some of the revenues to go to GRS, because at the time we had a shortfall for the rum cover over. But since that has been fixed, where we now have a permanent increase that we were lacking at the time, I probably might have to shift those monies elsewhere. But I really would like, hopefully with my colleagues' support, for any monies that we see by expanding this, that those monies will go directly to specific things that could help our territory and serve the public in general. So the only thing that I want to ask, I don't know if my time is up, the only thing I want to ask you guys is, if this were to become law where we were able to adjust the law and open up casinos to the entire territory versus the experiment that we attempted to do 30 years ago. Did she say time? I just want to make sure.
Yeah, for the second time.
Oh, okay. Okay, could I just finish my sentence? Sorry. The only thing I want to ask is, do you guys have been keeping any type of assessment as to the casinos that you do have, the potential type of revenues that are coming in, and what potentially could happen if it's expanded to the entire territory? Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will listen on your time.
Thank you for the question, Senator Francis Heiliger. The revenues currently being generated by the casino industry benefits the entire Virgin Islands. It's not just for St. Croix, the entire Virgin Islands. And yes, we do have, as I stated in my testimony, I don't have the last 10 years or so, but I outlined it in the testimony, the type of revenues that's currently being generated from the casino industry here in St. Croix.
Okay, thank you so much for that response. And I am aware that the funding coming in benefits the whole territory. That is the beautiful thing about it. If it is expanded, the monies will benefit the entire territory. My statement was only basically garnered towards, I know the current law speaks to only the Casino Control Commission only governs things that casinos that are on St. Croix. There's nothing to open it to the other districts. So thank you very much for your statement. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heiliger. I guess this really brightens up my day. We'll have casinos in St. Thomas and VLT on St. Croix, and this is just, everybody's got political will now. So this is what it takes sometimes. We start off a little shaky, then look, now we got political will.
30 years ago, they said casino.
Yeah, when you're broke, you start saying something else, right? Right. Like I said, maybe we'll have some 400-room hotels in St. Thomas, and we could do that. It's always a will, but we'll figure out how to work this through.
I think we'd like to have some 400-room hotels here on St. Croix as well.
Right, that's the one way we could make a waiver, if it's a 400-room hotel in St. Thomas. This is a really opportunity, I think, for us to start having discussions with now. It's not like the old days. 30 years is a long time. So maybe we could pull some people along in their mindset.
Yes.
Colleagues, are there any pressing questions anyone might want to ask the presenters? Any burning issues, questions? Okay. I think we've probably exhausted our time. If you would, I'll allow the testifiers to have a minute to wrap up or two. And thank you again for coming out today.
Okay, Chairman Frederick and Vice Chair Bolkus and all the honorable members of the committee and the body, we thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today and for your thoughtful engagement throughout this hearing. We are grateful for the chance to provide a comprehensive overview of the Virgin Islands Casino Control Commission's operations, our enforcement activities, and ongoing contributions to the economic development of the territory. As regulators, we are guided by the dual mandate of ensuring the integrity of casino gaming while promoting sustainable economic benefits. We take this responsibility seriously. The Commission continues to prioritize transparency, accountability, and public trust in all aspects of our regulatory oversight. As we look ahead, we remain committed to working with this body and all the stakeholders to strengthen the Commission's capacity, modernize our regulatory tools, and advance legislative reforms that support innovation and economic growth. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
We didn't get a chance to speak to your colleague on St. Thomas. Is there something she would like to say?
Yeah, we're hoping, Commissioner Herman Purcell leads the problem gambling and responsible gaming efforts, and I had no questions in that area, so that would have given her another opportunity to speak. But sure, Senator Herman Purcell.
Yeah.
Well, Chair, thank you for you referred to me as Senator.
Oh, I did? Okay. Freudian slip, I'm sorry.
I just want to say thank you. It's always interesting to come before the legislature. The discourse is always enlightening, and this conversation today has been no less than all my other appearances here. So thank you, senators of the committee and those participating in this hearing here today. Thank you.
Yeah, we didn't get to ask if we did have problem gamblers on the islands, but I'm assuming we don't, so. Well, today as we...
Not a fair assumption.
Yeah, I'm going to assume that. We're going to, Mr. Director David, if you would please
sure.
wrap up.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Frederick, for allowing me to give the testimony here today with regard to Division of Gaming Enforcement. I know Division of Gaming Enforcement, we are under justice with everybody else, and sometimes we do not get an opportunity to be heard. I'm glad that I had this opportunity today to explain to you, to the committee members, what we actually do. And I'm hoping that with that explanation, that will assist you in understanding the needs of the division and how we can work to assist the Casino Control Commission, which is our mandate. I am very thankful for the questions that were asked, and I am always ready to discuss any aspect of our division with any members of the Senate. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. As we conclude today's meeting on the Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture, I wish to extend my sincere gratitude to the representative of the University of the Virgin Islands Research Technology Park, the RT Park, and the Virgin Islands Casino Control Commission and the Department of Justice for your participation and informative testimony. Your contributions have provided this committee with a valuable insight into the operational framework and regulatory challenges and economic impact of your respective agencies. In particular, the coordination between regulatory bodies and enforcement agencies is critical to ensuring the integrity, transparency, and growth of the gaming and tech sectors in the Virgin Islands. This committee remains committed to diligently provide oversight to the support measures that strengthens our economic infrastructure and attracts innovation and protects the interests of the people we serve. I want to thank my colleagues for their engagement and the public for their attention. Together, we will continue to move the Virgin Islands forward with purpose and accountability. I'd like to express my heartfelt thanks to my staff and central staff for their hard work and professionalism in organizing and supporting today's hearing. Your efforts behind the scenes are essential, and it ensures a successful committee meeting. Thank you again, and everyone who's involved. I appreciate all you've done. The Economic Committee, the Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture is now adjourned.